Everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Checking my mic here. There we go. Welcome, everyone. My name is Justin Reedy. I'm a program director with Healthy Democracy, the nonprofit organization that is helping convene this Civic Assembly for the City of Fort Collins. We're excited to be here. My colleague Lynn is here.
Hey, and Lauren, the other member of our programs team, a number of other staff you'll meet a little bit later. But I think first, we have a welcome.
We're going to try the table mic instead. Ooh, that's even better, yeah. So I'm going to introduce Kelly DiMartino, the city manager for Fort Collins, who's going to say a few words this morning.
All right. Okay. I stand? All right, I'll sit. It feels very odd to sit in front of you all, but I will. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kelly DiMartino, as Justin said, the city manager, and I just wanted to take a few minutes and first start with a huge amount of gratitude. This is the first time we've done a process like this, and it takes a lot of commitment and time, not only from those of you who have been chosen as delegates, but also from others who are involved in many ways throughout the process. And I've been in Fort Collins since '97 and never ceased to be amazed by the just high amount of engagement from our community. So thank you for being here. I want to offer a note of encouragement. So this is really, this project, this site is one that we know will have generational impact in our community. And so it's really important work to figure out what is the right mix of uses on the site. And so for those of you who are delegates, I just encourage you to come with your whole self to this process. Show up with curiosity and with creativity. Be brave in sharing your ideas. Just sitting up here, I'm like, oh, this can be a little intimidating perhaps. So be brave in sharing your thoughts and ideas. And just know that the work that you're doing is ultimately going to influence both our city staff and then we'll go to city council as they are ultimate decision makers in this space. So again, I also expect we'll be asking for some feedback on the process because again, this is the first time we've done anything like this Civic Assembly. So thank you all for being here. To those of you who are also committing time to watch the process and to participate in other ways, we really appreciate it. And I'm excited to see how it all works out. So turn it back over to you to get started. And again, thank you, everyone.
Great, appreciate that. I'm still getting used to this table mic. Oh, it doesn't really bend down. Okay. You guys are going to be on these table mics as well, so this will be an interesting. You're getting sort of a picture of what this is like when you're speaking up. One of the things that we'll do is you're going to be on the live stream, so it's important to speak into the microphone so you can be heard on the live stream and heard by people in the back of the room. So we'll talk more about that. Yeah, as Kelly mentioned, this is a really exciting opportunity for you all to be involved in the decision-making process on the future of the Hughes site. And the Civic Assembly really represents a very interesting and kind of novel way to do democracy in our communities. This is what we call a new approach to democracy. This is what Healthy Democracy as an organization specializes in, is working on these kinds of processes. This is really about foregrounding you as community members and making you kind of in control of making. So Lynn and Lauren and I will be helping sort of run the meeting kind of here in this large gathering, what we call a plenary. And then we have several folks who are helping us moderate at this kind of small group level when we break into small groups. But we're here really to help you be having good discussions and conversations and productive decision making. So all of your notes, all of the material will be written by you. Oh yeah, okay. There we go. Lynn is running the slides, so we're still, yeah. So a little overview of kind of a civic assembly process. As a reminder, you all were selected by democratic lottery. So we sent out note cards, postcards to 15,000 or so addresses around Fort Collins. And you were among the folks who said, we'd like to have a chance to participate and we're available on these dates. And one of the things that this helps do is bring in new voices into the decision-making process who may be different from the folks who tend to come to city council meetings or school board meetings, those kinds of things, and creating sort of like a mini version of Fort Collins in one room, what we're aiming to do here. And then once you're here in the room, what we're doing is helping guide you through a process of sort of really intensive kind of analysis and discussion of a problem, and thinking about sort of how to make good policy as a community. So you get a lot of information. You're going to hear from a lot of background presenters, interested community members, folks who can kind of give you information, expertise related to the topic of the use of the Hughes site. And then ultimately you'll be working towards what we call a supermajority decision, basically a decision that a large majority of the 20 delegates can agree on for a vision for the Hughes site.
If I can jump in with just another note, we're going to tag team, as you're going to see, fairly organically. We're just humans too. So we'll be jumping in and helping to fill in here and there. I wanted to emphasize that one of the things that makes this kind of process really different is that it belongs to the assembly as much as we can manage within the time available. So your notes are always written by you. Your final report will be written and edited by you down to the very last word. Your requests for information and technical advice will dictate everyone who appears in the second weekend. And we, as process staff, are here at your service. You're not here at our service. So please let us know what we can do for you. And do we want to play the video real fast? The city made a lovely...
Just
Yep.
know, if you are going to play the video with sound, you will need to make sure you share your audio on Zoom.
Let me maybe do that. Can we push that a little later? Yeah. I forgot to do that. Thanks, William. Technical error. So we'll play a little intro video later.
Yeah, that's great. And we just wanted to say a few other thank yous. We want to thank all the city staff who have been very, very supportive throughout this entire process. Oh, the video's playing, but we're gonna skip past it.
Skip it.
Ignore that video. Apologies there. We just want to say thank you to the city staff who have been very supportive during this process. Kelly and everyone else in the city manager's office, Rupa, Jenny, Sylvia, folks in the communications office, William, Justine, so many more people who we can't count. And we want to thank all of you for being here today. And we want to thank, we have several, I think, alternate delegates who are here in the room. You see there may be a couple of delegates who were not able to make it this morning, possibly. So we'll go through an alternate selection process later this morning. And we'll be in touch with you whether we need you to kind of step in as delegates to serve for the remainder of the assembly, or if we're going to release you after this morning. So we want to thank you all for your service. And then I think, Lynn, you're going to talk a little bit about privacy.
Yeah, we're going to jump right into nuts and bolts straight away. So there's a number of things to note here. We want to talk a little bit about your privacy in this assembly, our efforts to make this process, though, as transparent to the public as possible as well. There's a balance there. These are both important goals. So the first note, just so everyone is aware, is this room is mic'd in a couple of different ways. We're going to ask you to use these mics because they're very good, but keep them about a fist distance away from your face. That seems to work well. You'll notice on the front of them, there's a little push button. When they're green, it means they're hot. And when it's red, it means they're not. But even when they're not, there are also room mics. That's the blue lights up here that are picking up sound. So it probably won't pick up a quiet individual conversation, but if you have a private conversation to have, maybe have that out in the hallway. The staff will be muting the mics during breaks and lunches, but you know how hot mics go. Just be aware of that. It's one way that this process is hopefully open and accessible to more people who are curious about what's happening. But we also want folks to feel comfortable and like, you know, we're not here in a fishbowl or something. Or at least be aware of what kind of fishbowl we're in. None of your personal information except your name is ever public in this process. So just, I think that was probably pretty clear, but your demographic information, your contact information, that's not public, and it's not okay for folks to try to access that unless you give it to them. So let us know if you have any discomfort with anything related to that. Meeting minutes will be taken at key points, and your full name will be in the meeting minutes, which will be available on the city website, but will not necessarily be overly publicized. But this is an official public meeting, and both in this room and in the small group rooms, there are public galleries. In the same way, there's a mark on the floor, and there are observer guidelines that kind of govern what people can and can't do in the observer gallery, but both in the small groups and here, there are public areas where people can come and go. And encourage your friends and family to come and see what's going on. It is being live streamed, so the whole thing, it'll be turned off in lunches and breaks, and a little notice put up, but it'll be there all throughout the day. You won't be on camera though. Your voice will be, and that's another reason to speak into the mic, but as long as you don't cross this little teal line up here, you won't be on screen. You can see where the screen is looking just here. You're very welcome to walk across the front if you want. Just know that you might be on camera on the internet if you are. It's also a good way if you want to look back at any presenters' presentations. They'll be there and recorded. You can always go rewatch them later. I want to point you to items in the delegate binder. There's all kinds of stuff in here to look at. Maybe you've shuffled through there a bit already. There is some notes. There are some notes about privacy stuff in there. Maybe where is that? Help point that out. And as you're finding in that first section, okay, so you're finding that. I'll note that members of the press may be here as well, and anyone is able to take photo or video, but only from the public galleries. And page 2, page 3 sounds like there's some information in there about observers, monitors, small groups. Just take a look at that at some point. Maybe read through the whole binder when you have a chance. And yeah, for those of you, so we can't control what the public or the media might take as far as from the public gallery, but there are some internal photos being taken and video, and that is very much something that we can control, and you might have been invited to sign a release. That's for those kind of things, and we'll try to not be obnoxious about it, but that's we might be a little closer taking those kind of things. Ansel will introduce himself in a little bit. Okay, we'll refrain from any use if you decline to sign that waiver. Ansel will talk a little bit more about media in a moment. And just a note about speaking to media, you're very welcome to talk to anyone you'd like, but you're not obligated to speak to anyone, public media, anyone. I suppose to each other. Please talk to each other. And if you're uncomfortable participating in the process for any reason, please talk to one of us, any of the staff. Again, our most important job is to create a context where you can have healthy, productive discussions, and that doesn't happen unless you feel good about the place you're in. And we'll do everything in our power to ensure you feel safe. That goes for even beyond the immediate time of the assembly. We're also here to make sure that the process is accountable to the broader community along the way. Any questions about that stuff? Okay, cool. Well, let us know yeah, go for it.
Excuse me. Terrible timing. A quick add to that in terms of going to project staff, if you have any questions or concerns, they're the ones with the light blue lanyards, so you can find us easily. And those are the moderators, the coordinators, the process. The moderators, the coordinators, the process advisors. We have the light blue.
Awesome. And with that, I think hand it over to Lauren, I believe, for delegate introductions. Yeah, it's next. Oh,
Unless there's anything from Grace.
yeah, anything from Grace? Maybe actually, let's save that for the staff introduction because she'll be up here in a second. All right, Lauren, take it away.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Lauren. I'm another one of your process advisors. We are going to get to know each other a little bit now and do some very brief introductions. You can see the prompts on screen. We would like to know your name, how you like to be addressed, what your pronouns are. That's important to you. And we use first names here, last initials if necessary. We've got multiple people with the same name, but we're all just people here. And let's see. Oh, one thing you put on hold to be here this weekend. All of our time is very valuable, and I'm sure there's some things that some of us maybe would rather be doing or were important to us. But we're here, and we're so glad that you're here, and we would love to know why. So I'm gonna have you turn to your neighbor, kind of two, with all of the delegates, and listen carefully to what your partner is saying, because you're gonna be introducing not yourself, but introducing your partner to the larger group. Should I get everything? Okay. So we'll have 1 minute for each person. So 1 minute, your name, preferred name, pronouns, and what you're giving up to be here, and then we'll switch.
So.
All the time. Here, you tell me. Put on. Otherwise, if I wasn't here today.
Get introductions. And
Folks in the observation gallery, could I have you quiet down so we can get started at the plenary, please? Thank you. Folks in the observation gallery, I'm going to keep talking about you until you quiet down. Folks in the back of the room, this is your third reminder.
perfect. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Justin. So sometimes we'll have you all popcorn out when you want to speak. In this case, we would like to hear from everybody. So if it's okay, we'll just go around the U and hear from each of you. And if you could introduce your partner, take about 30 seconds, probably no more than 30 seconds. And you get to use the mic for the first time. So push the button to speak and then push the button when you're done. And do we have somebody on either side that would like to go first? Perfect.
Hi, everybody. My name is Colin, and I would like to introduce my new friend, Cav, who is supposed to be studying for a math exam right now. He's a high school senior here in town, and we just both learned that we're both drummers. So that was a big fist bump right there. He seems to be a pretty good kid. He's involved in, you said, student council? Student council. So this is an involved young man. I assure you, when I was 18, I was not this. So I'm very happy to meet him. I'm super honored to be here.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Cav. I use he, him pronouns. And this is my new friend, Colin. Right now, he owns a bouncy house company, and he's supposed to be operating that. But he just hired a team, though, so it's growing. And yeah, we both play the drums. Thank you.
Let's see, I'm Peter, and I'm introducing my new friend, Hedia. And she's putting on hold her life for the weekend, also spending time with her family. And
Hi, so I'm introducing Peter, and he is missing out on a great performance by Graham Good and the Painters rock band. Yeah, bummer.
My name is Liv. I am introducing Mike, and Mike is missing, putting yard work on hold today.
Good morning. My name is Mike, and I'm going to introduce my new friend Liv, whose pronouns are they and them. And Liv has been in Fort Collins for quite a while. She went down to Denver to go to college and came back, and she pretty much had an open weekend, but has given up organizing her house activity.
Hello, my name is Steven. There's an odd number, so I was in a group of 3 with Liv and Mike. So I'll tell you a little about both of them. Liv, like
would you mind speaking a little
like
bit
he
closer?
mentioned, is giving up cleaning and organizing her house. She lives here in Fort Collins, and Mike is putting off yard work today to be here. He's lived here for 25 years.
Hi, my name is Colin Garfield, and I met Olive, and they are putting off gardening, specifically garlic and raspberries, and we're both hoping that there's no flash freezes in the next 2 months.
I have the honor of introducing the second Colin in the room I know of. This is Colin. He's also postponing yard work and also a very timely flooring repair.
Good morning. My name is Lucy, and I'm introducing my new friend Lee this morning, and his pronouns are he, him, his. He's putting off valuable family time with his sweet 2-year-old daughter to be here today, but she's lucky because she gets to spend the day with just her mom. So, and thank you.
My name is Leighton. I go by Lee. And I am introducing Lucy, who is also giving up some time with her 2-year-old son. Yeah. But she feels that it's important to be here since she was selected as a delegate. It's important to do your civic duty. So she's very honored to be here.
Hi, my name is Liz, and I'm very honored to be here. And this is my new friend Addie, who goes by he, him, and he's a huge basketball fan. And we were talking about the brackets, and nobody predicted Florida would win. But I love that somebody so young is taking such an interest in this kind of forum. So I'm just appreciative of everybody who came today. And he's giving up working. But yeah, anyway, we're thrilled to have Addie here.
If I can just jump in really fast, I just got a note from the back of the room that it's a bit hard to hear back there. So let me pull these just a little bit closer and talk as if you're talking across the room. All right, thanks.
Hi, my name is Adi, and I'm introducing my new friend Liz, who's lived here in Fort Collins for 10 years now. And Liz is giving up time spent in an art class to be here.
My name's Alex, and I'm going to introduce Per. He is giving up gardening, or I guess outdoor cleanup this weekend. And I think both of our significant others are getting a head start on that while we're here, but we're both happy to be here.
So I'd like to introduce Alex, and he, like several others, are giving up gardening work today. And I appreciate the organizers scheduling it for today, so I don't have to do any of that.
Cheers, no problem.
Awesome. Well, thank you, everyone. It's lovely to meet you all. And this is a very exciting and unique process, and you'll have a lot of opportunity to work together and to get to know each other further, including us staff. We don't want to put all of the pressure on you, so we can introduce ourselves very briefly as well. We are the process advisors up here, Lauren, Justin, and Lynn. And we'll do the same kind of introduction. But our role really is to explain what's going to be happening at each stage of the assembly. And we're your guides. We are maintaining an environment for you where you can be productive and you can be creative and you can be collaborative, but we're really just here to shepherd it and support you in the best ways that we can. So my name is Lauren. I use she, her pronouns. I would have had a pretty chill weekend, so I'll probably losing out on a little bit of sleep and some cuddles with my kitten, and that's it.
Thank you, Lauren. Yeah, again, Justin Reedy with Healthy Democracy, and I use he, him pronouns. And I am giving up. It would have been a busy weekend for me back home in Seattle, Washington, where I'm based. My wife just recently joined a community choir, and her choir has their big spring concert this weekend that I'm missing, sadly. So like 3 performances, I would have been able to go to one of them. But there is an online performance, like a live stream kind of, or a recorded stream that's going to be next weekend that I'm going to be able to catch. But I'm excited to be here with you all today. Lynn?
Hey. Is this good? How's this in the back of the room, by the way? Okay, we're going to use this one for folks coming up here. Lynn Davis, one of the program's team, program advisors, for process advisors for this. He, him, based in Portland, Oregon. And yeah, oh my gosh, things are absolutely exploding with green. And that means in Western Oregon that it's completely out of control. Got a couple of trees that are way beyond pruning and rose bush and a complete mess in the backyard. So, you know, we'll get to that later. Grace, you want to ask?
Hello, I'm Grace Taylor. I'm the operations director at Healthy Democracy, and I've spoken to many of you on the phone, so it's a thrill to get to actually see your faces here today. My role as a delegate contact is to make things as easy as possible for you. So if you need anything, or if there's anything that that I can do to make it better, let me know, please. And let's see. I think that's it. Yeah, giving up family caregiving, walks with my dog, and taking care of my dad who's not doing so well. So that's what I'm missing today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ansel Hers, and from San Diego. I'm missing my son's churro day at his elementary school. So that was yesterday. But so yeah, sad to miss that. But really excited to be here. And as you can see, I'm holding a camera. I basically handle communications. I'm helping with communications on the project. So I'm interested to speak to some of you as you kind of go through this process. I'll be on the second floor in one of the conference rooms, and you can come find me if you kind of want to share a little bit about your experience, as you go through this at the end of the day today or tomorrow at the end of the day. Because, the more that you share about your experience of this, the better the understanding the public will have of this whole process. So, yeah, come find me. And if you see me filming and I'm too obtrusive or something like that, just let me know. But I'll try to be. So, yeah.
Hi, folks. I'm Katie Knobloch. I'm with the Center for Public Deliberation at CSU. I'm going to be wearing a bunch of hats here at the Assembly. So a little bit later today, I'll give a presentation on some of the engagement work that we've done. I also may be moderating some small group conversations later on. But I really wanted to talk to y'all really briefly about the research that we're going to do. So I am evaluating the program with some other of my colleagues. So I'll be taking notes in the back of the room, and then I'll also be distributing some surveys later on today and at the end of every day. And then I'll be getting in touch with all of you for some follow-up surveys, for some follow-up interviews after all of this is done. We won't be taking your name. It will be totally anonymous, and I'll give you some more details about that later on. But know that one of my real jobs is to protect your privacy and to understand how you think it's going, what we can do better, how we can improve this process here and across the country. I am giving up today the first half of my son's soccer game and my daughter's gymnastics meet. I'm actually going to sneak out during lunch to see if I can catch the back half of the game. But I'm super excited to be here with all of you, and thanks so much for being here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ramin Sarabi, and I am from San Francisco and part of the support staff here. So again, don't hesitate to reach out if I can make your experience better here. I'm giving up. I have a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, and there is a birthday party one of our 3-year-old's friends is having. There's going to be a fire truck at it. So anyway, good thing the kids aren't missing it.
It's
birthday.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Wood. I'm with one of the project partners, Local Policy Lab, but just think of me as support staff here. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, and I live with my husband and 2 daughters, and I guess I'm missing keeping them from killing each other. So there is something that unfortunately I can't miss tomorrow. So I won't be here with you all tomorrow, but I'll be back for the second weekend in May and be watching the live stream from the airplane tomorrow. Thanks so much for being here, everyone.
And maybe just a quick note, Lauren and Ramin and among others have put together there will be a number of folks visiting the Assembly from out of town. Right, at various points, and we might just update you on what's happening every morning, who's here, that kind of thing.
Good morning, everyone. My name is TMF. I'm with the Center for Public Deliberation. I'm going to introduce our small group moderators. First, our role here is when we break into small groups, each moderator will facilitate at a table. Our role will be very minimal. We are here to help everyone have a chance to participate. We're here to help everyone feel at home in this environment. We're here to help to keep the discussion on the task and schedule. Please notice that I said the word help a lot. We will be playing as much of a role with you as role making, but we're also going to try to keep that as minimal as possible because all of you are here to make the decisions. I am missing out on working on homework right now, just being outside. It's a wonderful day. And I'll pass it off to our next moderator.
All right, good morning. My name is Noah. As CMF said, I'm a moderator here today. I've been with the Center for Public Deliberation for a little over 2 years now, so I've done lots of events with the city of Fort Collins, so I'm really excited to be here today. When I'm not working here in community engagement, I'm a forestry major, and so today I'm missing Not so much that I'm missing, just delaying our plant ID party for our plant ID team as our end of the year celebration.
One thing I realized is we're off camera, so if you could stand between Justin and Lauren as a speaker, then I think you'd be on camera. Oh, thanks. A little further over this way. There, yeah, it's better.
Hi, I'm Maya. I'm also a small group moderator with the CSU Center for Public Deliberation. One thing I'm missing out on today is spending some time outside in this beautiful weather that we're having. So,
in fact, if you sit in the chair, you'll be best friends.
Jason, welcome.
It feels nice to be sitting. I'm Jason. I'm also a part of the CSU's Center for Public Deliberation. I'm a master's student at CSU. I'm studying public deliberation. And I don't really feel like I'm giving anything up because this is what I do. So,
yeah. Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Philip Lindsay. I'm visiting from Philadelphia to learn about what you all are doing here in Fort Collins and help groups that are trying to do similar things on the East Coast in Pennsylvania and New York. I'm gonna steal from Jason. I also don't feel like I'm really missing anything. Feel free to approach me if you need anything.
Hello, my name is Betty. I am also at the CPD. I've been at the CPD for about 9 months now. I can't count. And I'm a full-time CSU student, so every year CSU holds election for student government, and I was lucky to be a part of a campaign team this year. So that's what I'm missing out on today. Our team won for president and vice president, but I'm so glad to be here.
And I think we're gonna have Grace. Do you want to introduce yourself really quickly?
Oh, she did already.
Oh, she did already. I'm sorry, I
out of
totally
order.
missed that. Yeah, we did it out of order. That threw me off. So next up would be, yeah, we don't have a slide for this, do we?
Well, just quickly too, and thank you everybody. You can see that it takes a number of people to organize something like this. And as I believe Lynn mentioned, we'll have visitors coming from across the country and maybe even across the world at one point, because this is a big deal and they want to learn how to do it and how to bring it into their own communities. Something very important that you should know about all of us with the light blue lanyards is that we are completely hands off when it comes to the issue at hand and when it comes to the content. So when it comes to Hughes, we have no opinion, we have no stake in the game. When it comes to the process, we've got opinions and we've got expertise, and you can ask us about that. But if you ask us something like, you know, what did that presenter say? Or what did that mean? We'll probably say, that's a really good question to ask your fellow delegates. And as Lynn likes to say, try us and we'll stay out of it completely. I think that's everything.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. So we're going to move on to talking a little bit about the overview of the process of the Civic Assembly. So you guys have committed to 4 days of this out of your lives. So we wanted to give you a little sense of kind of what's going to be happening and give you a sense of what's happening today as well. So I'll put up a brief version of today's agenda in just a moment. But first off, just a little bit about the Civic Assembly process and what how this is going to unfold. This first weekend is really going to be about kind of orienting to this kind of process because it's generally a little bit different from how we often politics and government and stuff. That's what makes this so novel and exciting and interesting, is it's bringing in folks who may not necessarily be used to doing this kind of work, but are trying to represent your community and make a good decision to help guide the future of the Hughes site. So this first weekend is partly going to be a sort of a discovery phase. It's really about sort of learning and gathering information without judgment to start with, really exploring all the kind of possible context and learning a lot from folks from the city, from Katie from CPD with some of the engagement community engagement that they've been doing. I'm learning from folks who represent maybe subgroups of the community of Fort Collins, folks who represent interested parties in this issue, or may have background expertise related to the topic. So you're going to be getting a lot of information, and that's going to be relevant in kind of the decision-making process. And then you're also going to start analyzing some of that information and some of the ideas that some of the presenters are bringing for what they think should maybe happen with the Hughes site, as well as thinking about ideas that you all generate, that you come up with or you think are important to be represented in this process. So you'll start some of that analysis kind of on day 2, so tomorrow. And then the second weekend after that, you're going to be starting to do more of a kind of judgment and decision-making kind of phase in that second weekend. So you'll start to kind of think about these ideas that have been brought into the assembly or that you all have generated, and kind of applying what you think are the relevant values that underlie kind of what you think should be happening in the community to those decisions or to those ideas. And then by the end of day 4, the aim is that you will have created kind of a set of recommendations that represents like a cohesive, what the city council calls a cohesive vision for the future of Hughes, whatever that means to you. That will be then the set of recommendations that will go to the city staff and the city council. So the city council meeting that's happening, I think it's May 27th, if that's correct. Yeah, again, a thumbs up from Rupa. Thank you, Rupa. We'll hear the recommendations. You all are welcome to come and present those, be present for that, either to sort of present to the city council or just be there and support if you don't feel super comfortable kind of speaking to city council. That's totally understandable. But that will be presented to the council, and then the council will ultimately kind of make that decision. If I could go back to let's see, how do I go back to my slides? I see we've gone to camera here. I wanted to give you a quick overview of today's agenda. Lynn's our slide maven today. Thank you, Lynn. You're good.
Might see me running around. That's just my style. I'm not nervous. That's who I am.
It's very funny. It reminds me of so one of the other things I'm away from this weekend is my 8-year-old son, who we like to joke just has one speed, which is just running full tilt. So very much like Lynn. Okay, so brief overview of today's agenda. We're in that kind of intro and overview kind of process right now. We've been doing a lot of talking, so I apologize for that. Most of the rest of this process is going to be you all talking. Or hearing from relevant presenters. So we'll shut up and kind of get out of the way once we've gotten through some of this introductory material. Then you're going to hear from city staff. So folks from the city manager's office are going to give a presentation and do a long kind of question and answer session with you all, where you can learn a lot more about background on the Hughes site, things like the ballot measure in 2021 that directed the city to acquire the site and put some frame around kind of the potential uses of the site, a little bit about all of the public engagement and community engagement that the city has been doing over the last couple of years around the Hughes site. And then after that, you're going to hear once again from our colleague Katie Knobloch from CPD, where she'll give an overview of what's called the community guide process. Some of you may have heard of this process already. For those who didn't, essentially this is a process for where CPD trains community members to go out into the community and have kind of facilitated discussion of the future of the Hughes site and what they think should happen with the site. And then all of that information, there were a bunch of community conversations basically through that process. All that information's been distilled down to a report that Katie's going to share. You have a copy of the report in your binder. Don't worry about reading that now, but that could be interesting material for you as you kind of think about this. She's going to present and answer questions as well. And my personal favorite segment of the agenda, lunch, is happening after that. I think today is a sort of Tex-Mex or Mexican lunch kind of situation. So that's exciting. Then after that, you'll have your first block of outside presenters. So folks who are not necessarily from the city but other folks representing kind of interested interested groups or organizations or communities who will be presenting and kind of giving background information or ideas for what they think should happen for the Hughes site. So there'll be some of that presentation will be happening kind of at this large group or plenary level, and then there will be an additional sort of a Q&A portion that will happen in small groups. So you guys will go up to our breakout rooms, which are upstairs from here, and the small group moderators will help you sort of do a question and answer session with those folks. And then after that, there'll be a period for, sharing and kind of talking about your own personal experience with maybe the Hughes site or other public spaces in and around Fort Collins, and doing a little bit of research. So we're going to have there's a lot of kind of background information about the site. We're actually going to have a little bit of quiet reading time and time for you to do a little bit of research as well. Anything else you need to cover? I think that's the main thing. And if you're interested in where we're going today or tomorrow, that first divider in your binder, just after that divider is what we call the public agenda. So this is kind of the high level agenda for day 1 and day 2, these first 2 days. So feel free to refer to that. One thing you'll notice are these little symbols on the far right side, the far right column. You see the one that looks kind of like a big U. That's when we'll be here in the plenary. We call this the U, even though I guess it's maybe more like a G or something. I don't know. That's because of our tables up here. So we'll be at the U for the plenary, and then you'll see somewhere it's a few little dots. And those are when we're going to break into small groups. So yeah. And let's see, with that, I think our where are we going now? Oh, we've got Lynn. Yeah, that's right. Oh, do you want to introduce them to the idea sheets really briefly? I think that'll. Oh, you come up.
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, you're continuing with the intro material here. Bear with us. It's kind of a little bit of a barrage, doing it as quickly as possible. So one thing that we just want to introduce, because you'll be using these right away, we'll talk more about how they'll work in the process later. You'll see more about them in your small groups. But just so you know, there's kind of 5 different categories of information that you all will be collecting this first weekend. And you may see around the U here, there's some of these keys. It says like sticky note key on it. So there's 4 different colors. And we realize there may be an accessibility issue with regard to color, where we know that. So let us know or ask a neighbor about color. But anyway, there's 4 different sort of sticky note colors. If you come across key insights or really key information at any point, grab a, what is it, pink sticky note and write a note on there of that. Just sort of one idea per note, because they're going to kind of get mixed up and moved around. If you come across a I should look at them. Thank you very much. If you come across a question that you might have, that could be for presenters, that could be for technical support staff later on, or fellow delegates even, write it on the orange. If you come across what seems like a value, kind of an ethical principle, super high level, maybe just 1 or 2 words, throw that on the green. And if you come across sort of an information request, and this will probably be more tomorrow as you start to see gaps in the information that you are seeing this weekend. This could be more presenters you want to hear from on the second weekend. This could be more documents. You've got a huge treasure trove of documents already prepared, but no doubt there are more that you'll want to request. If there's particular technical advice of any kind, folks that you want to bring in, that perhaps the city staff of certain types could help with on the second weekend, that's the yellow. And then there's a 5th information type. Oh, cheers, thank you. Appreciate it, Colin. And this one's the most important and sort of the biggest. You'll see in your front pocket, there's something that we've called the idea sheet. And this is where you'll put proposals. These could be super high level or super low level. This particular kind of thing on a small piece of land or this general idea for the whole property. But in either case, that sort of early idea doesn't even have to be fully formed. Will go on the idea sheet, and then you don't have to fill in anything else for right now. But if you kind of, you will have time for filling in this sheet later. Also, the presenters some of them have filled in some of these sheets to sort of get their proposals on the table as well. So those plus ones that you add from various materials or from your own mind will kind of populate the room over time. And at the end of this weekend, you'll end up with probably quite a few, all different kinds of proposals, of ideas for the site. All right. Yeah, Peter, grab a microphone. Yeah.
So a question relative to the idea sheets. If I remember correctly, in the
Pull it a little bit closer if you wouldn't, you can pick up.
In the survey, wasn't that exact question asked? And will those responses be somewhere?
Do you want to speak to that, Lauren?
Yeah. Are you thinking of the survey that the city conducted? Yes, there is a summary of all of those survey responses in your delegate binders right after the report from CPD on all of the community guide activity. And I will briefly add for the sticky notes, we don't expect you to collect them or hoard them or anything like that. We've got places for you to put them. If you look at the two whiteboards on either side of the room, they have the same categories. So your value sticky notes put right up there, your information requests put on the right of that one. Same with key info and questions over there. Pretty soon the walls will be littered with sticky notes, and if we need to overflow from the whiteboard, that's totally okay.
I just want to add to Peter's question as well. The city is taking into account the results of the community survey in addition to kind of the recommendations coming out of the Civic Assembly. So all of the previous engagement work that has been done, including the community survey, the community guides work, is sort of an information flow into this process for you all to take into account, but will also be taken into account by the city during its decision-making process. So, yeah.
We're totally tag teaming now. This is awesome. I will note though that the survey, there were tons of responses to it. The community guides work was many hours. So if you will be reading those materials, and if there are key things where you're connecting dots or that you feel are particularly important, extract the proposal from there that you think is particularly important and put it on your ideas sheet. That'll just, boost it and add it to your collection as well. Okay. Let's see. Next section, I think, is, yeah, sweet. So let's see. Chart and stack mods. Would you come to the front? Thank you. All right, so you've probably heard us say the word deliberation quite a few times already. So this is, I wish I could bend this more. Maybe I'll just hold it like this. I'll have to work out our way of holding these things. And you've probably heard us say deliberation a bunch, like what the heck does that mean? We want to break that down just a little bit and specifically just what we feel like makes deliberative space work well in terms of decision making among a group, particularly of folks who will have different views. So I'm just going to talk about a few things that we have heard over the years that seem to make this work well, and then you'll have an opportunity to create your own agreements with each other that will kind of govern the process, not only how you all interact with each other, but how we act as well, and observers and everyone on staff. We're all governed by the same kind of set of guidelines and agreements that you'll make here. But first, a few sort of concepts here. Ooh, I've got to pull up a new slide, just a second. The slide. Okay, let's see. Okay, so a few kind of like big picture overarching things, particularly this first weekend, but throughout, please be open to new ideas. Lead with questions. This first weekend, you're all very much, well, you're always all on the same team, but particularly this first weekend, the objective is strictly to gain as much information and the highest quality information possible, regardless of how you end up deciding about anything related to Hughes. Having a solid basis of an entire weekend of information will be vital next weekend. So be open to new ideas, listen with care, keep focused on the topic at hand, speak clearly and briefly, share airtime. That just means how much time you're talking. Moderators will be in your small groups helping with that, but the less they do, the better. The less we do, the better. If you all can help each other to kind of share the space. Hey, I'd love to hear what you have to say about this. That is fantastic. Participate fully or as fully as you're willing and able. Doesn't have to be jumping off a cliff right away, but you know, as much as you're willing and able. And disagree positively, aka not like this. Although, I don't know, maybe they're having fun. I shouldn't judge. And as kind of a big picture about what the difference is between this and most of our politics, our political systems are mostly built on a foundation of debate, where we're sort of checks and balances at odds with each other. Deliberation is meant to work from a different kind of base architecture, which is that we're sitting together on the same side of the metaphorical table, looking at the issue or problem in front of us across the other side of the table and trying to address that together. That does not mean that we're going to agree or that we don't embrace conflict. In fact, conflict can be great. It can be generative and promote new thinking. And will, in fact, at the end of day 2, dig into some of what you might see emerging as kind of tension points very specifically. But the basis of the design, of the basic architecture, is from this place of, hey, we all live here, we're all dealing with stuff, we're going to figure this out together one way or another. And to that end, here is a starting place for some of these discussion agreements that moderators will refer back to annoyingly so much. We just put this here as kind of to get the ball rolling. You may hopefully want to add to this. You may want to change these items, but these are some things that have come from previous assemblies. We've been doing this about almost 20 years now, and well, not me personally, but 9 or so personally. And it's interesting, groups kept coming up with the same ideas over and over again. So we thought, okay, let's just put a few on the screen. And if you want to take one off, that's totally your prerogative as well, as long as there's general group agreement about that. But let me just read through these really fast and think in your mind if there are ones to add. I'll also mention that whenever you'd like to speak, you're welcome to raise your hand, but you can also take your table tent and flip it on end. And that can be a nice and easy way for the folks who are writing down names to just know who's coming up and wants to speak, and you don't have to have your hands in the air. Okay, so these ones from previous assemblies. Treat everyone with respect, be open to new ideas, listen with care, keep focus on the issue. Oh, it's a bunch of those previous slides, isn't it? Minimize distractions, speak clearly and briefly, share airtime, be yourself, participate fully, even disagree with respect. I guess that's kind of the previous slides a little bit, but okay, open floor. Any modifications here, additions, other things that are missing here that, or things here that you don't like, that you don't think that you could agree to among the group. And incidentally, you'll see us pause very awkwardly sometimes. Silence is a virtue sometimes in a process, to just let everybody think and not have constant talking. So I'm going to pause for a sec. Yeah, Lucy, go for it.
I think these are a good starting point, but is there the opportunity to add to them or change them at any point?
Yes, please add, change, etc. What have you got? Or at any point, you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good
oh,
now.
thank you for mentioning that. I forgot. Yeah, you can come back and modify these at any point. You discover something in small groups after today. You know what? Would love to write an agreement, suggest that. We'll have time beginning and end of the day to do that kind of thing. Fair enough. All right, let's come back to it. That's great. Do these all feel like things that everyone can reasonably agree to? Fair enough. See nodding. Well, again, we come back to this and remove things as well, or modify them. All right. Gosh, wild. We're ahead of schedule. I'll say that's a good problem to have. We'll stay pretty close to the agenda you have in your binders, but we'll shift things a little bit, and we'll especially shift things at your request. We are again at your service here. So during the day, come to us. At the end, you'll have surveys in multiple ways. Welcome feedback of all kinds, positive, negative, otherwise, suggestions. Yeah, appreciate that. And we'll modify even in real time. I think this next section is you. All right, go for it.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. So next up, we're going to talk a little bit about the presenters who are going to be coming to speak to you this weekend, giving background information. I mentioned already that the city staff are going to do a presentation. That's going to be a little bit later this morning. And then you'll hear from Katie Knobloch on the community guides report. Also later this morning. And then after lunch, we're going to have our first block of presenters. So if you look in your binder, I believe it should be just after the second divider, you'll see a presenter schedule. So we have a list of a few different presenters who are presenting this weekend. So we'll just walk through this really briefly. We've got Karen Avila from the Rocky Mountain Raptor Center, Tammy Verkouteren from Bird Conservancy of the Rockies, Ron Hall from the First Peoples Conservancy Center, and also representing the Indigenous community in general. Then we have Chris McCullough from Fort Collins Running Club. So that's our first sort of presenter block this afternoon. And then, as I mentioned, they'll each be doing sort of a short presentation and Q&A kind of at this large group level. And then we'll break them up into to each one to go to one of your small groups. So you'll be randomly assigned to a small group, and we'll have a chance to do a longer Q&A with one of those four presenters. And then there'll be an opportunity for you to kind of share that information back to the large group after that. So it's a way to sort of divide up the presentations and Q&A to get a little more. This is 4 days feels like a long time, but once we get going, it's going to sort of fly by. You're going to be like, wow, this is really, we've got a lot to cover in 4 days, and a lot to cover in these first 2 days, especially in building kind of a base of information for you on this issue. So this is a way for us to kind of divvy up the presentation and Q&A kind of time a little more effectively, and give you a chance to learn in a little more detail from each of these presenters. Then tomorrow we have a smaller block of just two presenters, Becca Wendell, who's from the Warner College of Natural Resources at CSU. She's a wildlife biologist, and we'll talk a little bit about kind of wildlife biology and interactions with recreational spaces. And then we have Ross Cuniff, I think is how you pronounce his last name, from Preserve Fort Collins, which is an interested community organization, a community group. And then in the afternoon block, we have a group of 3 presentations. Kenny Bearden and Kevin Kraus, who are from the Overland Mountain Bike Association. We have Stephanie Watson-Lewis from the BIPOC Alliance. BIPOC is Black, Indigenous, and People of Color, for those of you who may not be familiar with that acronym. And then we have Eliza Lopez, Catherine Dubiel, and Melissa Rosas from PATHS, which is another interested community organization. So that's our presenter schedule.
I just wanted to also draw your attention to, I think, page 2 and 3 of the sort of the beginning of the binder here. It has a little information on the different kinds of presenters this first week and second weekend. And particularly just to mention that these presenters were not selected by us or city staff or any of the project staff. It's actually a separate deliberative body that met in advance of the assembly called the Information Committee that was composed of 4 representatives of different city boards and commissions. You can see listed there 4 former community guides who were part of that process, who did these listening sessions with different groups in the community, and 4 members of the everyday public who submitted applications to be on this group and helped to curate information for this first weekend. And the community guides and the folks who applied we randomly selected because that is our style from among the folks who applied. So a mix of 12 people in that group who worked together to prioritize the folks that are appearing before you this weekend.
That's great. Thanks, Lynn. So next up, we're going to talk a little bit about and think a little bit about how to ask good questions of the presenters when they come. There's a short handout in your binder that should be, I think.
Just found it's just after the public agenda.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just after there.
So yeah, this is a little information about kind of tips that we've generated over the years for asking good questions for these kinds of informational presentations or these kinds of presentations in a civic assembly. So I'm just going to run through these really quickly, and then I'll give you a couple of minutes to read quietly, and then you'll do another kind of like pair activity, or for those of you, since we have an odd number, I think we have a group of 3 over here. So do a little bit of discussion in your 2 or 3s. So oh yeah. If you need help, perfect. Yeah, thanks. So stay genuinely curious. Really be kind of open-minded in your questions, right? No, don't come in with your mind made up on something. Work backwards. So think about what information you might need. So work backwards, kind of from that to kind of building a question. Keep your questions focused. Maybe give a little bit of context to the question. So maybe say, hey, we heard something earlier in the process about this. What do you think about that? Or what's your kind of take on that information? Avoid opinions or things that are statements disguised as questions. Any of you guys ever been at an event where somebody says, I have more of a comment than a question? That's what we're trying to avoid with this tip. And then try out comparative questions. So thinking about, is this comparable to maybe something that has happened in another community, or is this comparable to a previous kind of situation? So comparing, asking people to compare kind of the current situation with something else, if that makes sense. And then after that, we have, this is a fun little activity. So I'll let you guys kind of spend a minute or two kind of just reading that first couple of pages with the tips. And then I'd like you guys to pair up to do the third page, which is an interview with a space alien. So read quietly that section, and then take a couple of minutes to do that, and then work in pairs to come up with a question you'd like to ask the space alien to kind of continue that list of questions. And then I'm gonna have you guys just I'll call on, or I'll let you know when we're ready for that part to report out, basically, but ideas that you came up with for good questions for the alien. So take a couple of minutes to read the tips, and then turn to your partner or partners to work on coming up with another question. Thanks. All right. I think we'll move into a pair thing, but one thing I'm going to ask you to do is do the opposite pair around the table. So I think maybe Colin R, if we could have you maybe move over here to sit next to pair for a new pair, if that's okay. You can take Lauren's chair here, and then so turn to the opposite partner if you can. Does that make sense? So Cav with Peter. Hadia with Liv, etc. I think we'll still have an odd number, so there will be a group of 3 at some point. I'll let you guys decide how to handle that. And I just want to emphasize these tips for good questions and helping you sort of think about how to ask questions. This is really about just giving you all a tool for how to kind of get the best information that you need for this process. You are certainly welcome to come up with however you want to ask questions to the presenters. We're just here to give you kind of tools to help facilitate that. So these are some ideas. But yeah, go ahead and spend a couple of minutes maybe talking with your partner or partners about what's a question you would want to ask the space alien. And then I'll have you report out in a couple of minutes. Thanks. So we can do the 3. Sure. Nice to meet you, Colin. Nice to meet you. Questions? My first thought. So, town I was right in. I know to answer their question. So she's been question part of the mission. Yeah, some of your things.
There's my question.
Yeah. They would.
Is that like?
Jason, could I have you come up and help with the stack? Jason around there he is. Yeah, thank you, Jason. Okay, now we're gonna report out a little bit. What were your ideas for questions for the space alien? Such a fun activity. I really like this. So yeah, this would be nice practice for managing kind of speaking turns if more people want to get in. So if you'd like to jump in and share, maybe raise your hand and be recognized by Jason up here, or you can take your table tent and stand it on its end, and he'll recognize you. Anybody want to share what you guys talked about in your group?
I'll do it.
Okay, Colin R.
Colin the R. Pear and I were talking about it. I kind of led with, "You're not here to run for Congress, are you?" We agreed that we would want to know more about this entity, where he, she, they are from, and why they're here. And in addition, why here? Why did you choose this place?
Okay, great. Oh, Alex, yeah, thank you.
I think we all are going to have some similar ideas here, but yeah, basically, where are you from and what is your desired outcome for your visit to Earth? Basically, why are you here and how does it compare to your homeland? And why do you want something different than your homeland?
Great, thanks. So we have Lucy, and then we'll come to Peter, I think. Lucy?
Yeah, we Olive and I had similar questions to Alex's group. What did the alien leave behind from where they came from, and maybe what's different and similar about where you came from with what you've found here so far, and how that's informing your work?
That's great. Thanks, Lucy. That's a little like what were we giving up to be here? I like that question. And then we have Peter.
So thinking on the tip to work backwards, I thought that was an interesting idea. So one thought would be, well, if I want to, or Cav and I want to figure out, are they dangerous? Well, if I ask them, that's not going to really get me much. But so the idea, and so what we can ask them what their goals and ambitions are for being here, as a way to kind of work backward into maybe what their intentions actually are.
Yeah, thanks for that, Peter. Anyone else? Colin G.
Yeah. So we had a couple. What, if any, your presence or how your presence impacts me personally? What is your personal adaptation plans? If you do leave for any reason, do you plan on returning? And are there more of your species possibly coming with you?
Oh, interesting. Okay. Thanks for that, Colin. All right, maybe one last pair if somebody wants to report out. Probably seeing some overlap in the question ideas, but if there's something new, maybe. All right, fair enough. Now my second favorite segment of the agenda, we're going to have a short break. So if you want to have some coffee or tea or grab a snack, some water, go use the facilities, just get up and walk around a little bit. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Oh, Lynn maybe has a quick thing to add. Lynn running as usual.
running out from the closet. Yeah, just an announcement from the city. They're aware that it's warm in here. The AC is apparently broken, so they're trying.
We're working on it.
They're working on it in a bunch of different ways. There's some fans that you'll see appearing here, and I believe there's a HVAC tech they're trying to get here in the middle of the day. Is that right?
We're trying to get somebody at lunchtime.
Trying to get somebody at lunchtime. So bear with us. All right.
Ready?
Okay, thank you all. Let's take a break and we'll be back. We'll reconvene at 10:50, so 10 minutes to the hour. Thank you.
It's loud, but it's great.
So I'd imagine I'm more of a decisions about.
Oh, you're okay.
That might have been it. That's really been my only public facing activity the last decade, so probably that, but who knows? I saw that one. I know.
Yeah. That's...
Oh, feel free to use it. You're up next, so I'm good. I know it's all good, actually. I don't need tense. Everywhere. Quick introduction, and then I'll here.
All right, we're going to get back started here again with a presentation from the convening agency of the process, the City of Fort Collins. That's always a standard part of a civic assembly to start off with a little bit of background from the folks that have invited everybody here for this, tell you a little bit about why and where the decision is going. And that'll be about a 20-minute presentation, and then we'll help moderate some Q&A for about 25 minutes. And I'll let Jenny from the city take it away. Go for it.
Thank you all. Yeah, my name is Jenny Sawyer. I'm a project and policy manager with the City of Fort Collins. Just want to say, similar to Kelly, super exciting. I love seeing familiar faces in the room, and I love seeing so many people I have never seen. So it's exciting to be doing this. I'm going to provide just some background information on where we've been and how we got here. So first of all, I think you've seen this. It's written around the room. This is the charge that the delegation, the assembly, has been given. And then just a show of hands, like how many folks have been on the Hughes property around the table? Okay, great. So we're going to talk a little bit about it. Obviously, it was CSU property and was a football stadium for 40 plus years. In about 2016 or so, that was when the university decided to build an on-campus stadium. And then in that process, they were working on this property, demolishing the stadium. And at that time, the city rezoned it to allow for potential housing or other uses. That got a lot of attention. And so we did have a citizen-initiated ballot measure that changed that. And now I ended this in 2023 when the city actually acquired the property. But obviously now we're all the way to 2025. Here's just a little aerial. There's also a poster on the wall that shows the property. 1950, I think Horseshoes was probably under construction. You know, can't even see the water there. And then in 2017, a photo when the stadium was actually still on the property, just for some context. So I mentioned that the city got a proposal for a housing development on this property in 2019. We did our standard sort of neighborhood outreach, working through development review, and there was a lot of attention on this property. And throughout this engagement process, we heard from folks, you know, whether it should all be undeveloped, whether the portion on the western side should be left more natural. We heard a lot in that process, and you all have access to all that information. I think we did it as a link because it was so many pages, but if you have questions, we have that. Out of that effort, I think this is when we saw our citizen-initiated ballot come forward. The bold is mine. That was not in the ballot. I added that because these are the terms in that ballot language that have added some confusion. You know, we're getting a lot of emails like, didn't we already vote on this? And we're getting emails saying, whatever you do, don't put housing there. And so we did vote on it. We know there's not going to be housing, but within this public open lands district and the definition of parks, recreation, open lands, natural areas, wildlife rescue, restoration, those things aren't as clear as everyone might think from the get-go. Oh, and you see it passed by 68% on that ballot. So when it passed, the first thing the ballot said was the city will rezone this property to be public open lands. And so council did that almost immediately upon the passage of that ballot. Public open lands is a designation in our land use code that just says natural areas, publicly owned parks, and any open lands which have a community-wide emphasis. So pretty broad definition there. The second thing the ballot required was for the city to acquire the property at a fair market value. So you'll see by the dates, this took almost 2 years of negotiating with CSU. We settled on this price of $12.5 million. City did not have $12.5 million. So we financed the majority of it through, those are called certificates of participation, basically bonding. So coming up with that, we did put some cash up, and that cash came from our general fund, which is where our parks activities are typically funded from, and it came from our natural areas fund. Those are more dedicated funds, but they each put in 2 million. And then our agreement, when we did that, said once final uses are determined, we'll even up. So if it were all to be natural areas would have to cover the rest of the cost. If it's all becomes parks bits, parks will refund and cover some. But we wanted there to be sort of a fairness factor, particularly since those natural area funds are dedicated by the voters through a sales tax. So I want to talk a little more about these terms. We talked about the public open lands district and what that means. When we talk about natural areas in the city, this is a very defined program, which you see is established since 1992. Again, by a vote of the people who are dedicating 1/4 cent of all sales tax to the natural areas fund. We also get some money from a countywide natural areas measure. So these mixed buckets of dedicated funding. It doesn't help that these tax measures use the term open space. That also creates some of the confusion. But for the city, we call it natural areas programming, and those uses are pretty defined, even to the point of the conservation and the restoration activities. Open space, again, a pretty open term, not really defined in our codes anywhere. So again, want to talk about how the city usually acquires property. So in the natural areas landscape, they are really looking at buying land, purchasing land from willing sellers, whether that's a buy, whether that's a conservation easement, but acquiring these properties through folks that want to engage in this space, looking out long range as to where we want to be, and then they utilize their dedicated sales tax funding for those purposes. How they restore, that's prioritized more at a departmental level based on need and use and future. Any kind of programming isn't quite the right word, because again, what they can build and amenities wise is limited in the ballot language. So in natural areas, you will see an informational kiosk. You will see occasionally maybe a shelter, a little bit of shade. You'll see a restroom potentially. You're not going to see a lot of other, and trails, but you're not going to see a lot of other hard infrastructure or built environment within our natural areas. And then these, just for knowledge, these dedicated funding sources, they both have expiration dates. The soonest one is in 2030, and the other one, which is more countywide, expires in 2043. And those will likely, you'll see them on ballots at some point for renewal. So in our parks and recreation arena, when we're looking at big parcels, community park size, which is, I think, 50 acres or more, 50 to 100 acres, we would consider a community park. We really look at our long range master plans and where development's happening and where folks are going to be. And we work to achieve, we have a philosophy that everyone in the community will be within, I might get it wrong, a 5 to 10 minute walk to a natural area park. And that's why we have little pocket parks that are small. We have neighborhood sized parks, and then we have community wide parks. So for those community parks in particular, we really look out to see where development's going and try to identify land prior to all the homes coming in around it. Every home that's built pays a capital expansion fee, and a portion of that capital expansion fee goes directly to park development. So that is how we acquire and pay for park lands. We sometimes also use dedicated taxes through our capital tax And then the amenities and infrastructure are really funded through our general fund, through dedicated taxes, through reserves. And then this community is so great. Voters recently passed what we're calling the 2050 tax. 1/4 cent of that tax is going to park refresh. So this is going to replacement over time. So I just talked about how we build new parks with capital expansion fees. That builds parks, it doesn't maintain parks. So the maintenance of parks and the park infrastructure is coming from our general fund. And as we grow as a city and as that infrastructure ages, it was really putting a financial burden on our general fund. And so now it's fantastic. We have these dedicated dollars to do those sorts of replacements. That 2050 tax can't be used to create new. It is really there as asset management and maintenance money as we go. Okay, so I share all this just to level set. Whatever the recommendation is and is decided, we don't have money waiting to implement it, right? This is a long game all the way. And the city is dedicated to whatever residents and folks decide they want to do on this property, and it will be a long game to get there. All right, so what's happening out at Hughes on this Hughes property now? There's some popular sledding when we get the right opportunity. There is a disc golf course that's been there for quite a while. That's that slide on the far, this side. There are obviously not a lot of trees out there. It's a pretty open playing field. The city has utilized this property when we've needed to for early spring storm, when we had so much tree debris down, and we did this massive limb drop here and did a whole mulching operation. We've also used it for a spike camp during fires, set up those incoming wildfire fighting folks there. There is a cell tower on the property currently, and there's a lot of infrastructure. Obviously, the stadium had water and electricity and sewer. That's all in the ground there somewhere, as is all the footings and the concrete. They took the stadium down from the ground up. They did not dig out any infrastructure that was there. There is a stormwater detention pond on the property that will have to be maintained to some degree. That is a stormwater flood mitigation effort, and that needs to be there as well. Following 2021, we did do an initial engagement effort, and you have that report in your packets. I think it's referred to as the Kearns and West report. So we hired some folks to come in, meet with a lot of different focus groups, stakeholder groups. We did some surveying. They analyzed that data and took a look at what do we want. And we got all kinds of ideas. We engaged a lot of different people. All this information is there for you. It did really, it motivated different portions of our community to come forward, which is actually part of the reason that we're here today. Civic Assembly, you've had a whole morning discussing some of this, but the city and council want to land on was trying to make this decision based on how many people came to council and spoke for 3 minutes. It's a very unsatisfying way to make decisions. It's an important way to get information out, but again, I guess that's more personal. I find it to be a somewhat unsatisfying way to really make these, as Kelly said, sort of these generational decisions. So that is why we're super excited to have this process going on. That is a general overview from the city perspective. I do have one other slide here just to give some context on acreages. And I think you might have another slide. I think the acreages of the surrounding natural areas are on the poster up there. Just trying to give some context to spaces that you might already be familiar with in our other parks around town, just to give an idea of what is there and what this looks like. You also have information on your packet, a lot of what I covered, but from departments a little more specifically on operations of the property and how it's been used. So if anyone has questions on that. And so we're back to your task at hand. And I do have park planning staff and some natural areas staff here if people have specific questions, or happy to answer any questions as well. you.
Awesome. Thanks, Jenny. And if I could get the stack mod up front. I also forgot to mention that, yeah, please take notes as you are willing and able, because you are the ones taking your own notes throughout, and feel free to use those little pads. We've got tons of paper around. It doesn't have to be just directly on the stickies or anything like that. Okay, questions. Seeing Colin G here. First, go ahead, Colin.
Of the 164 acres, that stormwater area, I imagine a percentage of those acres needs to be preserved for that. How much?
That is a great question. And as we dug into this and looked at, if you look on the county assessors, it actually says Hughes is 168 acres. And so as staff, we were discussing this and we're like, maybe we removed the 4 already for that stormwater detention. So we're going to need to dig in a little deeper to really finalize that. But it is a good question. I would guess 4 acres is my best bet now. And I think we've already done the 164.
Thank you.
I forgot to mention, but I appreciate it after you've asked a question. Putting your table tent down, thanks for that. Helps us keep track. Other questions? Steve. Or sorry, Peter. It says Steve on the inside. My bad. I'll learn eventually.
So I guess related to that, my impression is that a fair amount of the disc golf is in that stormwater retention area, which I think is great because the disc golfers don't mind out there when it's muddy. But so I didn't know if that was, you thought about those things as separate.
Jill Wirtz, is the disc golf course within the, yes, I'm getting a nod. That disc golf course is in the stormwater area. And again, I think everything is open here, right? Stormwater has to be somewhere, maybe not where it is. Disc golf, we've tried to make a commitment to maintain it. Maybe in the same space, maybe not, maybe, yeah. I feel like we're trying to give you a very blank slate.
I'm just going to jump in. Peter, did you have a follow-up or anything? Okay, all right. I'm just going to jump in really fast. You may see some new arrivals at the table. We've just selected alternates. We're sort of waiting for the dust to settle a little bit. Thank you so much to the 7 folks who were here to fill in, and really, really appreciate your time, and congrats to the 3 of you who were selected by a little mini lottery just now to fill these spots and help fill out the demographics and just the places on the assembly. And I'll give you time back in this section, but just to do this really fast so folks can participate. If you've just joined, maybe Christine, would you mind introducing yourself, who you are and how you'd like to be called and what you're putting on hold? Just do a quick introductions really fast and then come back to this.
My name is Christine. My pronouns are she, her, and I put chasing my 2-year-old on hold to be here today.
Fantastic. Who else has joined just now? Go for it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin. I use he, him pronouns, and like so many of my other fellow Fort Collins residents, I put my gardening on hold today.
Awesome. And I think there's a last place that maybe we're still looking for the person. Is that right? Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sky. Go for it.
My name's Sky. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm missing petting my cat today and hanging out with my girlfriend. So.
Awesome. Thanks. And I will mention there's a couple of folks who had family emergencies that were serious enough but wanted to continue. So they'll be getting a rehash, watching the live stream and all that kind of stuff, and then catching up with the assembly tomorrow. All right. Back to the Q&A. Colin.
Another question regarding the disc golf course. As a disc golfer, when you said clean slate, are we looking to maybe even replace that, or is that firmly there?
I think per the existing ballot language, it remains. I mean, I guess we're open for a recommendation from this. Obviously, we don't want to cut out disc golfers from this decision. So that might be something, if it's moving that way, we would want to do before first weekend and second weekend to gather some information. But my understanding is the course is well used.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Would you agree it's well used?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I personally haven't played it yet, but I am fully aware of it, and I have a lot of friends that use it a lot.
I'm seeing Olive next.
The underground infrastructure that's still on the site, is that to remain irrespective of a final decision, or depending on what is concluded, is there the potential to have that removed?
I think it would depend on what the final decision were for that area, right? It's a fraction of the property. So depending on how that portion ended up, I think there are some uses where we wouldn't need to remove it. Should it be natural area, that probably makes restoration a little harder and might require some additional work. But we don't have to remove it. That would obviously cost less. Removing it would be a lot, is what I would say. But yeah, again, depending on use, we can talk about that more.
Okay, I'm seeing Lucy next.
Thank you. While the purchase funding was already secured, will the improvement funding depend on what is selected and what the sources of those funds are? I guess I'm also curious if any federal funding will be looked at, sought after, and what that will entail with the timeline for building the improvements.
Yeah, depending on the uses, we will look at what we call different funding stacks. These things tend to be really expensive, and so we may have some general fund money. We may have grant money from the state and the feds. We may, maybe there's something citizens want to tax themselves for again to put there. If it's within the natural area bucket, they have those funds that they can put towards it. So yeah, our funding sources, we try to get as creative as we can.
Okay, I'm seeing Pear next.
Jenny, I think you said that maybe that detention pond could move around. I don't think that's a very realistic idea. I mean, when that was done, they excavated for months and trucked all that spoils out to the Walmart out there, or whatever store that is out there on Highway 14. It's a huge amount of spoils to move, and I don't think it's realistic to think that that's going to move somewhere else on the site. So, whatever we're thinking here, I think there are some parameters to that. I think that one stays. I don't know about the foundation. The foundation is massive also, and would take an awful lot to excavate that out or demolish that and move that out. So, but I think you can work within those parameters for the result that we're tasked to come up with.
I think that's true, and what we can do as staff is work through this to maybe better delineate on the map the exact size and location of what that detention pond is. And I'm looking at Sylvia and others to see if you agree or have anything to add.
No,
It may be a on switch on the thing, or feel free to join the table up here.
it's on, but okay. Sorry, I'm Sylvia, also project manager at the city. And so just to speak to the detention pond, so it is what we call a regional detention pond. And so when I speak with Stormwater, they've said that
It needs to remain at that volume, and I think to that point, it could be very difficult to move it. And so that would be something we would want to be thinking about. We could get more information to you on specifics, but that's generally it. It needs to remain somewhere on the side, likely at that size.
All right. Oh, another comment from staff.
Hi everyone, I'm Jill Wirtz. I'm the Senior Manager of Park Planning and Development. So we build the parks and trails, take care of them, as Ginny was mentioning earlier. I do think, like all sites, right, we look at the configuration of those things the way we in the past might have designed detention, I think is what you see out there now. I think there's potential for reconfiguration to better support wildlife or other things like that you might see in an example site like Red Fox Meadows is another regional detention site within the city as well. So yeah, support everything that everyone has said, and there could be some reconfiguration.
Awesome. And could I ask staff to actually come up here, as a matter of fact, just so folks can more easily see you when you're answering questions. Colin, you took down your sign, I think. Is that right? I did. Okay. Peter.
So I wondered, is there knowledge of how functional water, sewer, and power are that are at the site? Because I was thinking, right now I know there's kind of a pit toilet near the trailhead, kind of on the north. I know it's not the site, but adjacent to the site. But it might be nice to have that as an opportunity to have, like, bathrooms with running water / lights. And I didn't know if that infrastructure was still functional or just had been cut at the street, or so just commentary about the infrastructure. I'm not interested in tearing it out. I think I'm an ex-civil engineer, so I realize how much that would cost, and I don't see that as, but again, that's for the group to decide. Just interested on how functional it might be. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. So my understanding is that the infrastructure is still there. So electrical, there's a lot of water. You can imagine flushing toilets all at once is one of the big things there. And so that infrastructure is still in the ground and can be tapped into, but isn't like, right away. But yeah.
I think, see Steve.
I have something I can add to
Go
that
for
as
it.
well.
Sorry,
I'm Katie Donahue. I'm the Natural Areas Director. The toilets that are currently at or near the site, there's a pit toilet that's in an established building. There's also a temporary toilet closer to the disc golf course, like a porta potty. One of the things that I think is good to think about in the different land uses in this area is that Natural Areas typically is not going to install a toilet type facility. Our funding is really restricted to enhancing ecological condition and providing really basic facilities for human use. So that's why in Natural Areas, you'll typically see a pit toilet, whereas in a park, you might see a flush toilet. We really try to provide a different level of facilities. So that's something for you all to think about the different amenities that would be provided depending on the type of use for the property.
Liz?
Oh, I think we see Steve on staff next.
You mentioned that it was the land was used for a fire camp. Is that true? And how important is that underground infrastructure to something like that? And is that the space that you have somewhere else that you might, do you have another space for an emergency fire camp, or how does that work?
That's a great question. So in a previous hat that I used to wear, I used to work for the U.S. Forest Service, and I was actually in charge of the Cameron Peak Fire. So all those spike camps all over town, we were running them. What I can tell you about wildfire operations in general is that they're really opportunistic based on what's available. So we also had folks spiked out at Chrisman Airfield. We had folks down at Loveland. We had folks up in Red Feather. The facilities that a wildfire will provide just really depend on what's available. So if there is plumbing available, they'll take advantage of it. But typically they're hauling in their own water, their own porta potty sites. They even have mobile trailers now that have water tanks for showers. So that type of amenity is not required. It typically can be ordered in. It's really the space and there's a ton of folks are compensated for that. So if there's not a public space readily available, the firefighters will often rent like a private, like a field or something like that. So I would say that this is like an opportunistic use of the property, but not necessarily one that the city would have to maintain.
Right. Any other comments? Alex, looks like you put down your hands. Is that right?
Yeah, it was about tying into existing.
Do you want to ask a question? You're in stack
No,
if you want. Okay. Liz, then.
This may come up at a later thing. I may be jumping the gun. I'm curious on each of these groups coming in, if they're going to give the projected cost of what each of their proposals will be.
I don't know,
You don't know. Okay. All right.
but very welcome to ask them for that kind of question.
Well,
Thoughts about that? Okay. Is that Lee? Yep.
So I know a large portion of that site was a big dirt parking lot for a long time for the stadium. Do we have any kind of like environmental concerns for that area that need to be mitigated before we could do anything? What would the cost of that look like? Has that already been done?
Sure, I can say that we don't have the full information to fully answer that question. There was what's called a phase 1 environmental analysis done, and we're not aware of any like toxicity or hazardous things that are available in the site. Prior to doing any ground disturbance, we would be looking at things like that. We do know that there's a lot of soil compaction in those areas. So when you build a parking lot and put a bunch of gravel, or you build a building, it changes how the soil sits, and typically makes it a lot harder and less permeable to water. But as far as like oil spills or things like that, we're not aware of anything on the property.
Right. Lucy, you put yours down. Did you want to speak?
Well, my question was if that gravel lot was a part of the site that was acquired, and it sounds like the answer is yes.
Bit more time for questions. I'll say that other types of questions often asked of a convening agency are questions about how the decision might be used or the sort of process going forward, or questions about any of the kind of technical support that they could provide to you of the assembly. Other things, you're also welcome to volunteer. Anything else you feel like is missing so far? Do you want to add anything?
I don't think so. Sylvia and I will be here for the duration, so we'll be available for questions, whether we can answer them or take them as homework and bring them back. So, and this PowerPoint, you probably found it. It is in the packet as well. So.
Hold on just a moment. See if we have other questions. Oh, Peter.
So in the civic assembly slide, it says can resolve tough issues, engage all voices. What could you give a couple examples of what you all think are the tough issues that will need to be wrestled with relative to this property?
I mean, I think the toughest for council are deciding between, I think there are uses that folks feel are incompatible. And so sometimes we're faced with what is a binary choice. Like it can only be one thing. And yet I think there's a potential that this can be more than one thing. And so that's going to be a bit of a tough choice of one, deciding, is it singular use or is it multiple use? I think a second tough choice is if it's going to be more than one use, what are the right things to put out there? What are the right things to consider as a possibility?
See Lucy.
Thank you. Does the city have any eminent domain or right of way concerns with the site future development with any of the potential uses? I don't think there's a sidewalk over there currently. I'm just trying to think if there's anything like that or property like residential or commercial.
So we purchased the property in whole. Again, it came with that cell tower on there in a lease. I think you're right. There aren't sidewalks in there. There's certainly some interest in some trail connections all the way through. I don't think we have concerns about any of those things happening, right? Once we sort of know what direction we want to go, then we can really work on designing and building out the plan and the appropriate infrastructure that would be required for whatever that might be.
The comments there. All right, looking at Colin R.
Speaking of infrastructure, I was up there Wednesday and I spotted fire hydrants. Do those work? We don't know.
We know.
Oh, okay.
The answer was we believe so, as far as we know.
Not seeing Peter.
Oh,
are you still on there?
sorry, I don't want to talk too much. I actually did have a follow-up question. I forgot to put my sign down, but in the city planning,
sorry, can you
is
pull the mic a little closer?
Are there issues? So I live out right near there. Are there issues with the Hughes property being not so close, but close to Spring Canyon Park and the community park that's right there? And I didn't know if there's been any thought about what uses might make sense relative to those, because that's all. Well, I was about to express my opinion. I'll just say, have you had any thoughts about, the fact that they're relatively close to each other?
I would only say this property is an opportunity that the city had not planned for.
Awesome. Peter, appreciate you being conscious about sharing airtime. Anybody who hasn't spoken, I encourage you to volunteer a question. No pressure at all. Looks like Alex is next.
Yeah, I just had a quick question on what looks like slide 8 of the presentation. There's a blue boundary that includes land on the south side of the road. Was that part of the purchase that just wasn't rezoned, or is that just a blue boundary that isn't particularly accurate?
Let me get there and share for others. And if anyone finds it before me and wants to answer, please do so.
I don't know that I could answer that.
I can speak to that just briefly. I know that was talked about before, but that is part of the property. But I believe there's maybe some utility or something. I don't know if it's necessarily developable, especially, or use there or something, especially based on the road going through there. But we could discuss that one later.
All right. More on that one. All right. Colin G.
Yes. Are there any early indicators for staffing additional FTEs or hourlies to support this potential space? And what does that look like for early indicators?
I think it's very dependent on what the uses are. So, maybe in the second weekend, if we're solidifying, we can make some really rough estimates, but at this point, no plans until such time as we know. And again, it can take a long time to fund and build whatever this might be. And so that staffing would come after that, correct, right? So.
All right, thanks. Got a few more minutes here for think about anything else. Again, the city staff will be around, as they've mentioned, throughout the process, so there'll be more opportunities, but also on the mind right now. Yeah, Jenny.
Can I speak to one of the other handouts that's in there? So behind this presentation and the staff stuff, you're going to see PowerPoint that was provided to council a few weeks ago on a bike park feasibility study. We're not presenting information on that, but I did want to at least provide what we gave to council. When we, in 2021, when we did our major outreach and we heard a lot around a bike park, council said, we're hearing the community wants a bike park. there was not agreement on a location. And so the council did say, if not Hughes, then where? And so the only way to determine the potential wheres is to do a feasibility study. So these are connected and yet not related in a sense. That feasibility study is underway, and so we're just providing the basic information there. And then we're getting near sort of a closure on that study. The interesting thing when you do studies that look at other land locations, especially ones that maybe the city doesn't own, we don't like to be really public about that because those might affect the prices, shall we say. So we'll provide as much information as we can as the study reaches completion and as we bring our council up to speed. But it's just an FYI that this study is happening.
So seeing the 1 minute mark, but I think we might actually just extend here just a little bit because I took away some time for intros. I was going to volunteer that. Anything else you'd like to say about any documents you provided? Seeing pair here.
I suppose there hasn't been any ecological study done on that piece of property. So we really don't know much about there.
No, we haven't done a formal study because it's one of those choices about how many resources do you expend when you don't know what the plan is. So we have certainly had staff walk on the property. There different portions of the parcel are in different ecological condition. Obviously, like if you walk in the parking lots, you can really still feel the essence of the parking lot. The vegetation is a little bit different. The southwestern portion of the property is a little bit closer to the condition of Maxwell Natural Area, which is just immediately to the west. But so we've gone through and identified that like generally what we're observing is urban adapted species that you'll see in natural areas or in open spaces all over town. We see a lot of deer, we see a lot of urban adapted birds, that kind of thing. And there's in the vegetation, there's a mix of, there were some cover species put in when they kind of rehab the property right after the demolition. And there's some noxious weeds in there, but it's kind of a mixture.
Yeah.
So
when you say rehab, how much of the parking lot and roadways and all of that have come up?
there was a basic regrading done. So there's
Just peeled
there's
up
still
the-
material, and the soil compaction, like I would say, has not been fully remediated.
And then the foundations, are they above ground?
I don't believe so. I've walked the stadium footprint and
Are the foundations above ground?
Some portion of them
I don't
above
think
ground?
so.
I don't believe that the foundation is above ground at all right now. I think they tried to put, but it's a very slim layer of fill. I think that's over the top
Real
of it.
shallow
Yeah.
fill over it, yeah. Okay, thanks.
All right, thanks. Is it Hedja? Sorry.
I don't know if this is that relevant, but it's just something I've always wondered. Why did they tear down the Hughes Stadium from that location when it was there was just so much more space? And is it just because it was too far from campus?
There were a lot of things that went into that. And I think in your documents, we've included some of the public comments from the listening sessions that CSU did at that time. So you'll probably see some of those questions in there as well.
And I think we'll take our last question for this section, which is Steve.
It might be too early to ask this, but you did say.
Could you speak up a little bit?
The BIPOC Alliance, Black, Indigenous, People of Color. What is their stance on gas?
I think they're going to be presenters. Are
Okay.
they?
Yeah, they're presenters. So, yep.
Thanks.
We'll hear from them. It's tomorrow, is that right? All right. Sweet. Any last and final bits here and there? Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Give my chair back. Oh, no, it's not my chair. It's your chair.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, next up we have Katie Knobloch from Colorado State University is going to present on the community guides process.
Okay, can y'all hear me? All right, hi everyone. I apologize, my notes are on my phone, so if I'm looking down, that's what's happening. All right, and I'm going to be talking with y'all about the Community Guides program that we ran in conjunction with the Civic Assembly and the other engagement efforts that the city has conducted. And I'll say this was a joint effort by the Center for Public Deliberation and our Office of Engagement and Extension, particularly the Family Leadership Training Institute. So we've run community guides in our community since around 2017, and it's been used previously to inform, our climate action plan, our strategic housing plan, our land use code, some other things in the city. So it's a process that we've run multiple times here. And the basic premise is that first we recruit community guides into the program, and these are just community leaders, folks from nonprofit or advocacy organizations, folks who are connected with community groups, or folks who just want to be more engaged in their community. And then we provide them with facilitation training. So we get our guides together in one room and they go through 4 hours of training. At those trainings, we focus on strategies for hosting their meetings, recruiting community members to participate, and facilitating. Our goal is to really help ensure that folks know about the meetings, that they feel welcome to attend, and that they feel that their voices are included in the conversations. After the trainings, our guides host their own conversations with members of their trusted communities. So this year, between February 12th and March 5th, our guides went out into their own communities and conducted multiple conversations with community members across the city. I'll talk about the specific questions that they asked in more detail in a few minutes, but generally guides ask community members about their goals for the site and what they were excited to see at the site and some concerns that they had. During those conversations, the guides distribute a short survey with 5 big questions. And after the conversation, folks fill in those surveys and they're sent back to us at the CPD. We then have a team of researchers who analyze the results to better understand our community's hopes, needs, and goals. Sorry, Lauren. Okay, and we have 3 big reasons why we do this process. The overarching goal is to make sure the community's voices are included in our public decision-making process. So we try to increase participation. So as you know, only 20 of you could be selected as delegates to the Civic Assembly. So we wanted to find a way to make sure that other community members had a chance to participate in the process. So through the guides conversation, we asked folks to host conversations with members of their trusted communities in locations and during times that would be convenient for them. So this makes it easier for folks who might not be able to attend the assembly or who might not be able to attend during other times, who may not feel comfortable in other spaces to show up. For this process, we were also particularly interested in including folks who are going to be most impacted by the issue and folks who have a hard time showing up in other engagement programs. We also want to make sure that we are listening to our community. So we try to center these conversations around our community so we can understand their needs and goals. So although our guides have a set of questions to frame the conversation, we really ask them to let the community take the lead. And ultimately, this helps us understand the broad range of options that our community is interested in. So the purpose is not to identify what's the most popular proposal, but what types of proposals is our community interested in putting in the site. Okay, so the big 5 questions that we asked our community guides to ask our wider community, and these were the same 5 questions that were in the wider community survey. Given the constraints provided by the ballot measure, What values or goals should guide our decision on how to use the land? What uses of the former Hughes site would most benefit our local community? What are some concerns you have about the future of the site? What community members, groups, or organizations can offer helpful information to the Civic Assembly? And if you could share one thing with the Assembly delegates, what would it be? This kind of got cut off strangely. So I'll read out these things. So we ultimately had 22 community guides. Hopefully this slide on your paper looks a little bit better. And they said that they represented a bunch of different communities. So our BIPOC communities and business communities, CSU students, cyclists, environmental advocates, local artists and nonprofits, members of our Native community, neighborhood residents, particularly those that live near the site, open space advocates and preservationists, pride groups, runners, seniors, wildlife rehabilitation groups, and young people. So we really were trying to get a broad range of perspectives at the table. Ultimately, we received response surveys from 267 community members. We likely had more folks than that show up at the actual conversations, but that's the number of surveys that we got. And this is an overview of our demographics. I'm not going to go into them in super detail right now, but I'm happy to talk more about them later during the Q&A if you're interested. But you can see we had a pretty diverse cross-section of the public participate in these conversations. Okay, so again, I'm not sure what's happening with these slides. The goals and values, you can look at your slides for this, and I will go into a little bit more detail on this. So these are the big things that they hoped that y'all would consider and that the city council considers as they make their decision. So the first is accessibility. So some residents expressed a desire to make sure that the site was accessible to a broad range of the community, particularly paying attention to barriers faced by folks with disabilities, older generations, and income community members. Some folks were interested in access to nature, so they hoped the site would provide residents connection to the outdoors. They valued peace, quiet, and dark skies. Others valued the natural beauty and the views, and they often kind of wanted it to be a space for folks to connect with nature. Some were concerned about affordability and economic impact. They were interested in the cost of the project and the ways that it might impact taxes and spending priorities. And they were also concerned about long-term maintenance and additional financial burdens that might be imposed. They were also interested in kind of whether or not folks would have to pay to use the site. Some folks were interested in making sure that it was a place for the community to come together and to gather and to connect. Some folks were interested in the site as a space for education. So they talked about using the site to learn about local histories, sustainable ecological practices, wildlife, and indigenous cultures. And they particularly talked about students, school-aged kids, and the wider community. Some were interested in environmental sustainability, and they hoped that the site would prioritize conservation, preservation of natural and open spaces, and the long-term ecological health of the land. Others talked more about the ways that the sites could be used kind of proactively as a response to climate change and to protect the land for future generations. Community members were concerned about health, both physical and mental health, and how access to outdoor rec, natural spaces, and sustainable practices might impact community health. Some folks were concerned about inclusion, and they expressed a desire that any decision would be inclusive of community members who've been historically excluded, and that diverse community members would feel welcome and be able to access the site. Community members were interested in Native rights. So they hoped that any decision would be responsive to the rights of Native community members, and they expressed a desire to honor their original stewardship of the land and a hope that Native voices would be included in the decision-making and management of the site. Some were interested in preservation of the natural state of the land, particularly a desire to remove man-made infrastructures, and others hoped the space could be used to preserve history or used by future generations. And then finally, some folks were interested in safety, making sure that folks felt safe at the site and that the site was safe for folks in our community to use. Okay, so that's kind of the big picture. They also came up with seven distinct proposals in the data. These are in alphabetical order, again, not in order of their popularity. And I'm going to go through them all together, and then I'll talk specifically one by one through them. So the first is a bike park that would include skills features and trails and allow community members to practice and develop bike skills. One focused on environmental and agricultural sustainability through the addition of solar panels, community gardens, or sustainable urban agriculture. Some were interested in indigenous stewardship of the land and a space for Native communities to conduct cultural ceremonies, public gatherings, and educational opportunities. Some talked about a mixed use space that would combine elements from other proposals, and these tended to either focus on low impact uses or outdoor recreation and education uses. One proposal is the restoration of the site as a natural space, either by allowing it to rewild on its own or through restoration of native habitats and low impact trails. Some specifically talked about a trail system that would provide opportunities for walking, running, and or cross-country skiing and allow residents to interact with nature. And then finally, a space for wildlife rehabilitation with the potential to establish a nature and wildlife campus in a partnership with the Raptor Center. All right, so like I said, I'm going to go through them one by one, really thinking through the benefits and concerns that our community members raised. Before I get into too much detail, I do want to note that this is what we heard in the conversations. So there might be folks who didn't get to connect with us or whose ideas we didn't get to hear. Always feel free to add to these proposals. You are not limited to these proposals. Another note, we have some more concerns than others on some of them, and that's partly because we've talked a little bit more about them, so folks had them at the top of their head, but it doesn't mean that you can't add your own concerns and benefits. And then finally, you're going to actually get to hear from some of our guides and presenters about a bunch of these proposals. So again, this is going to be a broad level overview. So the bike park, some benefits is that it could create outdoor rec and opportunities for community health, that it could be used for skills development for multiple ages, levels of ability and expertise, and increased bike safety, that we have an active biking community that it could respond to, and that it has the potential to generate tourism. Some concerned about the costs of infrastructure and maintenance, that it might be inconsistent with other uses, and that it may be inconsistent with the ballot language. Agricultural and environmental sustainability, the opportunities are to respond to climate change and enhance sustainability and disaster preparedness. Folks talked about community gardening and local farming that could create educational opportunities and address food scarcity. Some worried about solar panels disrupting natural beauty and thought that other spaces might be better for utilitarian uses. The opportunities for Indigenous stewardship is that it would provide a space for Native ceremonies and public gatherings, that it could restore ancestral connection to the land and promote long-term environmental and community sustainability, and that it would create educational opportunities for Indigenous practices and tribal histories. Some concerns were that it might limit the space for other uses. Natural space opportunities would be to preserve access to nature, beauty, and quiet, that it's a chance to restore native species and promote environmental sustainability, that it could limit the cost of site transformation and prevent neighborhood disruption and align with existent ballot language. Some concerns are that it might require significant costs to restore it to its natural environment. It might limit access to the site and other uses or replicate existent access to natural spaces. The trail system opportunities would be to increase outdoor recreation and community health, particularly by connecting it with the existent trail systems in the nearby spaces, that it could provide a space for local practices and races, and provide widespread access to nature and create educational opportunities around local histories and sustainability practices. There were some concerns that high impact trails might be incompatible with environmental sustainability. The wildlife rehabilitation opportunities are that we could protect the area as a wildlife corridor, that it could create educational opportunities for students and the public, particularly related to wildlife, ecology, and sustainability, that it could help rescue and rehabilitate local wildlife and increase sustainability, and that they have the potential to draw on existent funding sources. Some concerns are that it might lead to permanent buildings and infrastructure that could disturb the natural space, and that it might increase congestion and parking requirements. I saved mixed use for last because it's got elements of a bunch of the different proposals. The opportunities here would be that it would provide access to nature and outdoor rec, that it would increase accessibility and widespread public use and support community health and well-being, that it could create educational opportunities and space for public art and community events. Some were concerned that breaking up the space might actually be disruptive to other purposes, particularly natural space and wildlife habitat, that high impact development may be disruptive to nature and increase congestion, And particularly the outdoor recreation high impact use might require increased water use. All right, that's all I've got for you today. Happy to answer any questions about the community guide process.
All right, we have about 15 minutes. Is that right? Yeah, 15 minutes or so Q&A. We've got Jen up here helping me keep track of who wants to ask questions. So we got a question from Lucy.
Yes, thank you. Sorry if I missed this, but how was the survey distributed through the community guides? Was it just through, yeah, how was it? How was that done?
Sure. We had a QR code that guides could display to their participants, and they could fill it out online or they could fill it out on paper. If they filled it out online, it came automatically to us. If they filled it out on paper, we arranged a pickup and we entered it manually.
Sorry, I was also trying to get at how were survey respondents targeted or sought after?
Sure. So the guides themselves were responsible for recruiting members of their community. So when the guides had to apply to be part of the process, it's a pretty brief application. We ask them kind of, what communities do you represent? What experiences do you have? And why would you want to be a guide? From there, we selected folks who would represent a broad cross-section of the community, and then we asked them to go out and recruit folks. One of the things that we acknowledge, and one of the reasons we don't kind of say this was the most popular idea, is that we expected that some guides were going to be able to have conversation with just a few people, and some folks were going to be able to get lots of folks in the rooms. And sometimes that isn't necessarily indicative of people's interest in the site or their passion towards it, as much as people's ability to actually engage in these types of processes. Yeah.
We have Mike.
Thank you. I was just wondering, what discussions did you have with the local school district about using it as a training site, or any interagency agreements with it, providing opportunities for students to go there and have some experience?
So we didn't talk directly with the school district. I'm not sure. Are they going to be able to hear from them?
I can say briefly, we reached out to the local school district about this to see if somebody could come and be one of the background presenters. They were not able to send somebody to the assembly. However, they did provide us a memo about potential uses of the site. And we have copies of that we were going to hand out to you at some point this weekend. This might be a good point at which to hand them out, do we think? Or maybe or no, we're going to pass them around. So yeah.
And I will also note that there were a number of young people that participated. So some of our guides were able to connect with young people through their existing organization. So we did have some kids fill out the surveys and provide their own input.
So we have Colin R.
What, when choosing these community leaders, what criteria dictates that, which makes, a community leader at that first phase?
Sure. It really, our number one priority is to hear from a wide cross section of the community. So the first thing we really look for is, who do you say that you can represent? And are those folks that are going to be impacted by it that we might not otherwise hear from? Are they kind of offering diverse perspectives? So that's our number one. And then our second is really, do you have the existent community connections that would allow you to recruit folks into your conversation? And I'll say we did that. It was our team at the Center for Public Deliberation and FLTI, and we also worked with folks in the city to make that decision.
Thanks. And just a reminder to put your down once you have your question, unless you have another question.
I'm just wondering, which groups were consulted originally about the building of Hughes Stadium? Were the indigenous people consulted? And two-part question. And the second part being, what ecological damage has been done, if any, with the underground infrastructure?
So I can't speak to either of those questions, unfortunately. The Hughes Stadium move was actually done right before I moved to Fort Collins in 2013. That decision was made. But I know that there was a bunch of engagement around there at that time.
Next we have Lee.
No, okay. The question, Steve, it might be something that we could get the city to address. So this could be something to maybe write down in a key question or information request the second weekend. And we have Lucy.
Thank you. Were any of the demographic information you collected around the respondents' ties to the site? And if so, can you speak to that more?
No, we provided the demographic information that we collected. That's those pie charts. You know, sometimes folks choose not to provide demographic information. Folks did often indicate in the data if they were nearby residents. And then sometimes we could tell from the data or often we could tell from the data which communities they represented. But it wasn't kind of an explicit question that we asked, what's your pre-existing relationship?
Thank you. I was curious about the mixed use slide. No need to pull it back up, but are there any examples? And I know I'm not supposed to say in your opinion, but in your opinion, are there any good existing examples of a mixed use area?
I can't speak to kind of what a good comparison would be. I'll say there were kind of buckets of the ways that folks talked about a mixed use space. Some of them were like, you know, natural space and environmental sustainability and wildlife restoration go hand in hand, and we could do all of those things at once. Some folks were eager to include multiple types of outdoor recreation in the space, so we could have trails and bike skills. A lot of folks talked about the ways that Indigenous stewardship might be combined with other uses. So folks were kind of all over the map in the ways that they talked about mixed use. I will say that the reason that disc golf and sledding are not included in the proposals, and maybe that was an oversight by us now that we're having this conversation, is because they were broadly popular in the data. And I will say most folks, anytime it came up in the data, it was preserve the sledding hill and the existent disc golf course.
So one of these might be a request for further information. So on this slide, which I can't read,
okay,
the fine print, it's in color. In the binder, it's bigger, but it's black and white.
Okay.
Could we get this slide in color on one full page? I mean, just sometime.
Yeah. Sure.
And then secondarily, on the mixed use, do you know, or can I make a request that we actually get some expertise on what's compatible? Because I can have the opinion that this and this work well together, but I think there's land use planners and people like that actually would have some expertise and experience. Not to say you don't, but you know,
I don't.
but you know, and so that might be something I really appreciate hearing from someone.
That's the perfect thing to write down on a sticky note.
Yeah.
And put over on this info request.
That would be a yellow. Okay, great. Thank you.
We have Steve again.
One more time. So would you say that, is it fair to say that we're looking for a solution here that will be most inclusive to the most groups of people as well as most sustainable? Is that fair to say?
I think that's a bit up to y'all, right? There are a bunch of values, inclusion and sustainability were ones that showed up a lot in communities discussions of the site. And I'll say that folks across proposals talked about those two things. So regardless of the proposal, those were two of the values that we heard repeatedly. So I think it's a little bit, I'll throw it back to y'all, whether those are two of the things that you think are important for the site.
Other questions for Kate? Oh, Colin G, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Were there any challenges experienced by the guides mid-process, and if there were, how those rectified midstream?
Sure. So there's always recruitment issues. We have a limited timeline to recruit. So we give them some resources. We try to help them out. We also reassure them that they can, that we're not looking for the most people in the room, but we're looking for, you know, hearing from communities' perspectives. I will say we had a few guides drop out for personal reasons or over disagreement with the process. We had some part of the and y'all will hear a lot more about this, I'm sure. Part of the issue is that there are folks who are already advocating for proposals of the site. So sometimes some of the guides were frustrated with the ways that other guides were conducting the process. We just kind of kept reiterating to our guides throughout that our goal was not, this was not a poll. It's not a popularity contest. We were really looking for the broadest spectrum of views possible. Another thing that we kind of repeatedly asked our guides to do was to not advocate for any specific use before their conversations, so that instead of kind of speaking for their community, their community could speak back to them and say, this is what we want without your influence. At the end of the day, we don't have control over whether or not those things are happening in internal conversations or outside of that space. But there was frustration with some of the guides who are advocating on behalf of specific proposals with the ways that other guides were conducting the process. From our end, it seemed like the guides were working with good intentions and were abiding by the process.
Do you have a follow-up? Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Other questions for Katie? Oh.
So, and maybe this is a question for the, so on a negative on the bike park was something about it being incompatible with the ballot language. And I wondered if someone would be able to speak to clarify or elaborate on what that meant. Because it seemed like the ballot language talked specifically about a recreational use.
I am sure your presenters will dive into that a lot more. I will say there was disagreement within the data about what the intent of the ballot language was and what the existent language says. So that was one of the things. You'll see that there are additional considerations at the back of that report, and one of them just thinking through the original ballot language and putting it back to y'all about what do you think the original intent of the ballot language was, and what the permissible uses are within that.
Sounds like a great sort of either key question or information request maybe to put on a time for maybe one or two questions. Anyone?
I understand the ballot, how it was structured, but there was the petition, and that also had language with it. So people that signed the petition for it to get it on the ballot had some expectations as well. But we should probably have that information as well, what that wording was and what people thought they were signing up for.
For that fair, the information committee selected that document as one of the documents that they think would be important for your decision making. So it has been included in the document archive. I believe it's printed out in those document archive folders over on the table there. So that could be useful. Any last questions, Katie? Thank you, Katie.
Thank y'all. Thank you so much for giving up your time and your weekend. I really appreciate it.
Now I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Grace to the lunch process. You who are delegates, project staff, we are feeding you lunch. If you're in the observer gallery, you are welcome to leave and lunch on your own, and Grace will say more about that. I will also say, as we get out of the room for lunch, just to reiterate, people are going to be trying to work on something in the ceiling here. Hopefully get cooling working again. We'll see how that goes.
Hello, welcome. Lunch today is they are setting up right now, just in a minute or two. If you have let us know about dietary requirements or restrictions, there's a little card that says which items have which ingredients to the right of the service bar. We will be serving from within the kitchen. It's going to be crowded, so maybe let 5 or so people in at a time. Your way out. I would encourage you to get some nice outdoor time, especially since we're going to be working in the room. And a couple tables outside. There are beverages in the fridge and some out on the counter as well. So if you, so please do also help yourself to beverages.
And if you have an urgent need to go somewhere during lunch, maybe if we can allow any folks with something like that to kind of get food first. The moderators also have a working lunch today, so if we can let them do that so that they can go do their work, that would be amazing. And alternates, is that what you're going to say? Good say.
You are invited to sit for lunch, and we would like to talk to you a little bit and just make sure you're oriented and just we connect with the staff person during your lunch.
And alternates who weren't selected, who have hung out, thank you so much for being here. Really, really appreciate it. I'm sorry that we don't have spots for you, but we do have lunch for you. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Cool. part of our agreement for making you come this morning and hang out here. Okay, cool. We're coming back in 45 minutes. 5 minutes. 12. 2.
There are a few picnic tables in the back if folks want to get some fresh air as well. Ask you.
Q&A is just any kind of clarifying questions, especially any kind of questions, but especially, you know, most high value, best questions you can put together in those 6 minutes, with the knowledge that getting more into the weeds is going to be the job of small groups after this. You're going to break off into 4 small groups. Each small group will get one of these presenters, them, and you'll have 25 minutes to dig more into detail, etc. So let's hear stuff. And so presenters know, you might have seen this already. TMF here on the right-hand side with the green clip. I have a time for you, and I'll let you finish your sentence sort of when we get to 6 minutes, but I'll have to cut it off pretty strictly, and I'm sorry in advance. Okay, are we set to go? Actually, I'll wait till things are up on the screen. Okay, super. Delegates, this is going to be the last kind of big push of sort of information flow here for a little bit. You're going to have a little bit more spacious time in small groups to find relax a bit after this. So I know this is tough right after lunch. Take it away.
This golden eagle soars in the skies over our community because of the Rocky Mountain Raptor program. You can be a part of this with your support for a wildlife rehabilitation, nature, and education center. I'm Karen Avila, Executive Director at RMRP. We have been a part of the Fort Collins community for 38 years. Through our 3-pronged mission, we have rescued and rehabilitated over 8,000 raptors, provided more than 10,000 educational programs for the young and the young at heart. And contributed to hundreds of research projects, including for human medicine for diseases like West Nile virus and highly pathogenic avian influenza or bird flu. We receive thousands of calls from people desperate to help raptors at Colorado. Oh, we're not moving, are we? Excuse me. For people to help. Oh gosh, we got way off there. I apologize. We admit over 300 patients annually, returning 75% of those raptors back to the wild again. Raptors face challenges from impact injury, illness, disease, poisonings and toxicities, violent weather patterns, and continued habitat loss. Over 80% of our admissions are due to wildlife-human conflict. The everyday lives of raptors collide with the everyday lives of humans, and someone winds up losing. RMRP is the only local resource for these birds and supporting our community needs. I'm often asked why raptors are essential. Raptors are sentinel species that indicate the health of our environment. They are apex predators that keep a critical role in maintaining balance in our ecosystems. Raptors are also universally symbolic in cultures worldwide. These fascinating creatures lead people to explore other birds as well as wildlife. At RMRP, we care for raptors that engage imagination. We protect our national symbol. We ensure that endangered and threatened species do not disappear. We release the largest and the smallest raptors back to the wild. And through our education, we cultivate awe, wonder, and respect for the 40 species that can occur in Colorado. RMRP, in collaboration with Bird Conservancy of the Rockies and supporting partner Audubon Rockies, propose a wildlife rehabilitation, nature, and education center for a portion of the Hughes property. This aligns with the ballot language that defined use for parks, recreation, open lands, natural areas, wildlife rescue, and restoration. For RMRP, this space will enhance our ability to provide high caliber rehabilitative care in partnership with CSU's Veterinary Teaching Hospital. This center will also allow raptors to return to the wild more quickly than our current center, contributing to the breeding population of raptors. We will also be able to educate about the science of wildlife rehabilitation. Through collaboration, we will offer inspirational education to highlight the incredible work that we all do, which will greatly benefit our community. Together, we can cultivate deeper connections between wildlife, nature, the land, and people. Research indicates that more people are connected to the digital world than the natural world. In particular, our younger generations are struggling and experiencing a physical and emotional disconnect from wildlife and nature. This has been called nature deficit disorder. This center will promote deeper appreciation for the land and conservation of preservation of wildlife. Poudre School District has shown its support for this for their K-12 students. Collectively, we would also rehabilitate the land and rehabilitate the land, which needs significant restoration after 48 years of use as a parking lot and football stadium. The center will echo the beauty of the area and the geological hogback formations that make the foothills so captivating. It will serve as a peaceful place for reflection and to enjoy the sounds of nature. The buildings will be nestled behind the tall pine trees and designed to harmonize with the land and its surroundings. We will utilize sustainable building practices, incorporate solar power collection, provide demonstration gardens to illustrate how backyard habitats for birds and wildlife can be created, and include many other green designs. The building footprint will be efficient and compact. The landscaping will enhance the beauty while providing a place for the community to connect. Extended restoration will support and protect the surrounding natural areas and offer complementary uses for biking, hiking, and other potential uses for all community members. The Wildlife Rehabilitation, Nature, and Education Center will serve as a point of access for all ages to connect with the history of the land, wildlife, the environment, and our community, fostering a deeper understanding of stewardship and conservation. 6 minutes goes fast. Thank you.
It does. Very much and so timely. Great. As questions to like join the stack. Olive, I see you.
Yeah, I'm curious, what size or location limits do Rocky Mountain Raptor Program facilities currently impose on the work you guys do? And how would having a site or development on the Hughes site expand the work that you guys do in the community?
Thank you for that question, Olive. I think your question was, how much space do we require for our necessities and how much space would be imposed upon? Is that what I heard correctly? Just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly.
Like, what are the limits of your current facilities and how would this
pardon
expand?
me, yes.
Yeah.
Well, the limits of our current facility, number one, is that we are not open to the public. We do not allow people to come in and see what we do because our current facility is a hospital. We're not able to bring people in except on open house days, which we do have one coming up in May. But those are 3 times a year that we do that. As far as rehabilitation goes, we have a limitation right now in our enclosure spaces. You have to consider rehabilitation of birds is a process of air traffic control, if you would. You have to bring new patients into one space while new spaces open up in larger enclosures outdoors for them to start flying, training, those types of things before they go back to the wild. And so it's a giant shell game as to who to move first, how to get them out. So that's a real limitation for the spacing that we have in our enclosure spaces. We also are 14 staff members sort of packed in like sardines in our current facility. If you want to come by, I'll show it to you. We have lots of people in small spaces, but I think that's where a little bit more space at Hughes would allow us to create something, honestly, that is a public face for people to come and learn about the work that we do. Despite the fact that we've been here for 38 years, I still think we're one of the best kept secrets in Fort Collins. Thank you for your question.
Thanks, Steve.
You mentioned 48 years of Hughes Stadium and
Yes.
the need for significant restoration. Can you expand on exactly what needs to be done there?
Oh, well, 48 years is the point from when it was used as the first game and then the last game. It certainly has, I guess that was 2016 that the last game was held in November of 2016. So you have more use that's happened since then. But again, the compact ground, there is growth out there, but not native growth. There's a lot of weed. My fear and concern is that the weeds will expand into the existing natural areas that are adjacent to it, with Maxwell in particular, since they share borders. So that would be one of my worries, is that we wouldn't see that. And it's not honestly great habitat for ground wildlife. I see raptors flying over there all the time because I live just a few steps from there, honestly. But there really needs to be a lot of love given back into that land to return it to its native state.
I had a follow-up question.
Sure.
Compatible is biking, hiking with the sustainability of the wildlife? How compatible are those two?
Well, I think that guided trails on the space would really help with the habitat for animals to feel safer there. Again, as we've mentioned, or as the natural areas mentioned before, we certainly see deer out there. We certainly see a lot of other things. I know just over the ridge, golden eagles are nesting in Horsetooth Mountain Park, which is highly full of traffic. But I think that overall, if we can provide areas that are prescribed trails as opposed to just social trails, that will be much more well received by wildlife, in my opinion. And also the fact that there's a lot of companion animals that go out there that are off leash. And so that is also a challenge for wildlife. Thank you.
We probably see about 2 minutes left. We have 2 questions. Let's see if we can get them in here. Per.
So this Raptor program,
Yes,
is
sir.
it part of CSU?
No, sir.
Or
We
was it
started.
part?
We started as part of CFCU back in 1979 to 87, but we separated from the university. But CSU's veterinarians are our primary care physicians for all of our birds that we care for.
So does CSU still have some Raptor program, or is that all?
No, sir. We separated from them, and we are our own nonprofit entity. We did have a facility, an intermediate facility at the CSU Environmental Learning Center for a few years, but we had to shut that down due to security reasons.
Right. Awesome. I'm seeing some folks who've taken themselves off, and Peter is added, so you'll be the last one here.
So I should be able to do the math, but in your second to last slide, you have percentages.
Yes, sir.
Do you have acreages with those, or should I just do
You could try to do the math. You know, we were really hoping to keep our spaces, again, as small as possible. We have not gone through a true design process to know, but I think we've been aiming for 5-ish acres of building if we can. We do need to go through that process to see what would be required for office spaces and such of that nature. But the enclosures that the birds are in are not permanent structures. They don't have footings and foundations, so to speak, the same way that a brick and mortar building would, that the nature center would be. So
Okay.
Thank you.
And then a quick follow-up. Oh,
sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. So it also says administrated, restored grassland, shrubland.
Yeah.
So would you be, as part of this, have funds to do that? And then would that land then be available for some compatible use?
That is the goal, is that we would raise funds collectively for the buildings, for what we would need and utilize. And that we would also seek funding to help to support the restoration of the greater portion of the land, which I know is a challenge from, obviously the city has said they do not have budget for anything at this point in time. So we certainly do want to contribute to that. And my collaborating partner, Tammy Verkotteren, who's coming up next, she can probably speak to that in her Q&A too.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sure, I
And you'll be joining group 1. So whoever ends up in group 1, you'll get a chance to speak further. All right. Get set up here. The special, or do you have slides? Got it. Okay. Yep, go for it whenever you're ready.
Everybody hear me okay? Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'm Tammy Verkotteren, Executive Director for Bird Conservancy of the Rockies. And I'd like to share a little bit about Bird Conservancy, as well as the potential of the former Hughes Stadium property to support bird conservation and a collaborative dream we have for the community. Bird Conservancy was founded in 1988 and is headquartered at Bar Lake State Park, where we have an environmental learning center demonstrating our central theme that a healthy home for birds is a healthy home for all of us. I've been with the organization for 26 years. We've had an office in Fort Collins since 2000 and been visiting with partners including Audubon, Rockies, as well as Rocky Mountain Raptor Program about a collaborative space to demonstrate our collective missions and connect the community with nature. Ultimately, we envision a future where birds are forever abundant, contributing to healthy landscapes and inspiring human curiosity and love of nature. Now, the former Hughes Stadium sits within an important corridor that runs north to south from Bellevue to Boulder, supporting over 70 species of birds because of the unique combination of shrubland, grasslands, and montane or mountain environments. This graphic here provides a visual layout of our community from downtown Fort Collins on the right to the suburban neighborhoods to open space. You can see in the circle where the natural and urban environments come together, where habitats including shortgrass steppe, shrubland, and forests exist. You can also sense the transition that you would feel as you move from the city to the open space and the quiet and calming peace. These access to places like these are beneficial for our mental and our physical health. Bird Conservancy has a banding station just southwest of the former Hughes Stadium on Pine Ridge Natural Area. Our data and those who have flocked here for years have identified Pine Ridge as one of the most species-rich natural spaces in the city. Neotropical migrants, birds that winter in Mexico, Central America, and beyond, travel thousands of miles each year to call this location home for breeding or to pass through on their annual journeys. Will you recognize some of these species that we've caught, including McGilvery's warbler, common yellowthroat, lazuli bunting, western tanager, and many more. However, our data and research of partners have raised the alarm that North American continent has lost 3 billion birds over the last half century, and grassland species have seen the greatest declines. Birds are an environmental indicator. In the current condition of Hughes, it's not healthy habitat for grassland birds. It is an opportunity to restore and improve the grassland habitat, supporting more grassland species, including western meadowlark, horned larks, and grasshopper sparrow. So the proposed wildlife rehabilitation, nature, and education will be creation and restoration of habitat. Restoration activities will play a key role in maintaining the connectivity of this corridor, creating a healthier foothills ecosystem with a greater diversity of native plants, which will also support a greater diversity of birds, other wildlife, and pollinators. The location in the northeast corner will be nestled within the existing developments, aligning with the urban natural landscape, maximizing open space, and restoration of the property. We plan to create pollinator plots, native habitat demonstration gardens, grassland restoration. You can envision students and the community helping, restoring, and enhancing the land, learning, adapting, and our techniques to aid in restoration. The soil has been compacted. Invasive species, including brome and cheatgrass, are on the site, requiring stewardship and resources to restore the health and function of the land. Grasslands are one of our most threatened ecosystems. You can see Fort Collins is within a grassland system. Bird Conservancy has been leading efforts to change the trajectory of our grasslands across the region, extending from Canada through Colorado and Mexico. We've lost over 60% of our grasslands. And as a nation, we have a lack of connection, understanding, appreciation, and value of our grasslands. However, grasslands provide clean air, clean water, and serve as biodiversity hotspots. So we have an opportunity to restore part of our grassland for our community. However, many people don't explore, connect, or engage in grassland systems, and grassland stewardship requires hands-on activities. They need disturbance. People are part of the land, and people have shaped our grasslands for thousands of years. So ultimately, this is an opportunity to rebuild those connections to the land, create a sense of place and stewardship responsibility. What we foster on this site can be shared with neighborhoods, schoolyards, adjacent natural areas, and landscapes. We can restore the site to a healthier, functional grassland benefiting our community. We want to honor, include knowledge and ways of knowing from thousands of years of stewardship to present day and the future. We want to help emulate gratitude, relationship, respect, and reciprocity. Envision a community place that's a gateway to our natural areas, providing a central place to learn, connect with nature and the land. Whether you're new to nature or a nature lover, you will find your place here, and the connections between people, wildlife, and the land will grow.
Great, thanks so much. And you want to join the stack? As folks are thinking, I'll just note that if you have further questions for these presenters, I'd encourage you orange stickies. Just thinking of a little thing here. If you put the number of the presenters, so this is presenter group number 2, help to facilitate getting that to that small group that can ask those questions later if we run out of time here. Go for it.
Should this facility get built, will you guys be moving out of Vine Drive, or will you retain that as well?
So that is a question for Karen. We are not on Vine Drive. We are actually 2 blocks to the north, sitting on 230 Cherry Street.
Oh, okay.
So yes, we would relocate from that location to this facility.
Okay, seeing Steve.
So once the land is restored, is it safe to say the human presence must be minimized to keep it that way?
Well, I think like I was trying to articulate, that grasslands actually evolved with the footprint of people through fire, through grazing, through harvesting. So I would actually want to see people participating in that land and fostering those connections, but in a way that's more guided through access of trails and actually looking at places that might be set aside that could be for restoration and for breeding season, so that we would be minimizing disturbance during vulnerable periods in the life cycle of the birds and other wildlife.
All right, Colin G.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Good. Okay. So given that this is rooted in generational efforts, how would you ensure that you remain operational for that length of time to for the public to continue to benefit?
Well, we've been in existence since 1988, and our budget has diversified over time so we can be resilient. We've endured COVID, we've endured market crashes, and because we take a collaborative approach and we try to leverage federal, private, and state dollars, I believe that we will be here for generations to come.
Peter?
So when there's discussions about compatible use, have you guys engaged studies like land use planners or people that actually look at different compatible and incompatible uses, or is it, yeah, so where do you get that information?
So a couple things, realizing that this community here is to help provide recommendations or for what happens out there, then we'd be more than happy to engage in those conversations. Like we said, we'd like the nature center to be that gateway to whatever else happens out on the property. We'd want to connect trails with other uses that this community defines. And also Bird Conservancy has worked with the Natural Areas program up at Soapstone Natural Area. We've done land management recommendations. We've actually worked with them on closing trails to maximize breeding, species sensitivity for birds. And we've worked with Forest Service looking at recreation and bird diversity. So we have a lot of talent and expertise in this area and be happy to be part of the conversation.
And Colin, did you have another?
Sorry, my apologies.
Problem? No worries. The dance of the table tennis. Okay. Waiting a moment for anybody else. Would you like to add anything that you're thinking of while if there are more questions?
I just want to thank you for your commitment and your time and what you're doing for our community, and just excited about the potential to really bring something that's a great asset for our community that we can all feel part of and celebrate together.
Final call for questions. If you do think of a question for this group, just put a little number 2 on the top of it, and we'll make sure that it migrates to that group for whoever is going more in depth with you all later. You want to add one more thing? Go for
One
it.
more thing I will mention is we have actually a network of wildlife habitat biologists that work from Montana to Mexico. So we have staff that have intimate knowledge on how to do land restoration from grasslands to wetlands. So we will be tapping those expertise if we are afforded the opportunity to be part of this.
Super. Seeing Steve.
Real quick, you mentioned species sensitivity. How detrimental to the species, or what species, which species, is blocking this north corridor? This, how detrimental is that? Is that going to potentially leave anyone extinct, or how's it?
No, I think occupying a small footprint in the northeast corner, trying to make sure that we're actually in that urban natural interface. The small acreage that we're proposing will not put any species in danger at risk. And actually the knowledge that we'll be imparting on people, they'll be better recreational users. They'll have a better understanding of leave no trace principles and learn. So we'll be actually giving more to the land and the resources than taking.
All right. I think that's about time. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, feel free to take your computer, I believe. And Lauren, what's the computer situation? Working on it. Okay, great. Fantastic. As we do this transition here, I just wanted to throw in a couple of reminders here that all these presenters have been written for you by the Information Committee. You can find a bit more information about the Information Committee toward the very back of your binder. There's a sheet there that says who they are, and also nations, I believe, and it also has some statements from some Information Committee. A little paragraph from there. Just an additional bonus. There were a number of presenters that the committee suggested that were near the top of the list that were folks who weren't interested or able to be here. Tomorrow, you'll get a full list of all the potential presenters that he suggested, and that'll be an aid to you all to think about who else you might want to invite or invite back or whatever for the second weekend. Right, super. Do you have slides or don't? Okay, fantastic. Start whenever you.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Ron Hall. I'm the president of the First Peoples Community Center here in Fort Collins. I believe my bio was made available to you. So thank you for creating this opportunity for us to participate in forming policies and priorities that regarding the use of the former Hughes Stadium property. And thank you for your commitment of time that you put in. I know that it takes a lot of chunk out of your day. This is not your 8 to 5. So thank you for everything that you're doing and for listening to us. The little background on the First Peoples Community Center. We're a new 501c3. Actually still waiting on that final thing from the IRS, but we're a nonprofit. And since last year, 2004, we have office space in the former Colorado Welcome Center out on Prospect by the interstate. And we're working our way into settling in there right now. But we've been, having community engagements, and there are other nonprofits in the Fort Collins community that have been supporting Native American communities at large. And our focus in particular is on the people living here in Fort Collins and in northern Colorado, really. I mean, once we realized that you get outside of Denver, the Native American community doesn't have a lot of resources available or community engagement going on. And so we're hoping to coordinate with those other groups that are out there, kind of bring everybody, build community, not just with the Native American community, but with the larger community as well. I mean, we have a lot to learn from each other, and we really appreciate the support from the city of Fort Collins as we're going forward. So that arrangement that we have for our office space is really in coordination with the city of Fort Collins. So Native American people have been in this area, for a long time, since before the city of Fort Collins, before the state of Colorado, before the United States. And so there's been a gap in time of our presence here. And over time now, we're moving back in. The population is growing, thanks to, the Colorado State University, people coming to get an education, people coming for jobs, great jobs here in Fort Collins. And Fort Collins is a wonderful place to live, as we all know. And so we're a growing community. And we're engaging with the city to, re-identify those cultural properties, those cultural spaces, and in particular, the plants, medicinal uses of plants, traditional plants and herbs and so on that are here. And that's what we're seeing in this Hughes Stadium space, as though it was a, very developed, intensively developed piece of land. One thing, it could serve as a lesson for everybody on how land can recover and reestablish itself. And we'd like to support, any efforts in that direction. Finding spaces where we can gather in a natural space in community is what we'd like to see happen. We don't have a lot of spaces like that where we have access. And so the community members have expressed interest in a space where we can have, either powwows or ceremonies or things like that. And with a very light footprint, though, something that we don't need a facility per se, something that we can, set up, take out, and not have a permanent presence on the land there. But we're very excited to collaborate with other interest groups and support our mutual interests and build more informed and conscious community that works toward restoring and protecting natural areas and traditional native practices and resources. So, I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Thanks much. For a moment it's to emerge. Alex.
Thank you. Excuse me. Are there any special requirements or considerations for what type of resources you would need?
Well, you know, we're for say an event type thing, you know, there would be electricity, you know, things for audio visual or you know, porta potties or whatever, you know, the parking, you know, a space where that would be designated for people to park. But then it's just kind of in that mindset is what we're thinking. Yeah. And you know, with other uses, it's not an extremely large space, but if there were some spaces that where there was more of a development, but there could be other space that was made available for more outdoor type use. We don't see this, you know, some of our needs are ceremonial practice and so on. We need more. We can't be in an urban context like that for those things. So it has limited use in that regard. But for those more social events and so on that we do have, it would be a wonderful space.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah.
Would it be possible for it to be like, if you did get the space, a collaborative place for Indigenous people from other states to come? So just because I'm thinking there's maybe not as many people just in Colorado, but if you used it, would you bring in and invite neighboring states populations so that could be a larger and more widely used area?
Right. Yeah. It's quite a network of the Native community. You know, currently, like 87% of American Indian Alaska Native people under the census live outside of their tribal lands, live in, you know, urban areas and so on. And there's a lot of movement back and forth between urban context back to the you know, the reservations and so on. So when an event happens, word travels and whatever that particular thing might be. So we have outreach to Denver's community right now and the groups there, and the Northern Arapaho tribe, the Cheyenne tribe, those that have traditional presence here. We are engaged with them, and they're really interested in anything that we're doing here. So we would have, you know, a broad draw, I would say.
Encourage anybody who hasn't asked a question to think about it here. Go all.
Jumping back to a statement from a previous presenter saying, you know, grassland developed alongside the footprint of people, would any of your intended uses promote like healthy and active redevelopment of natural spaces or natural flora?
That would be our priority, would be to support reestablishment of natural, you know, of native, you know, plants, animals, things that were meant to be there. And I think that's part of the lesson is, you know, this place was scraped clean, and can it recover? What will recover? And it can be a laboratory for all of us in that regard.
And Benjamin, did you take yourself out?
Yeah.
Okay. Steve.
How much of the acreage are you requesting, and can you be specific about what you would like to do?
Well, we haven't put together any drawings or anything like that, but just in rough estimating, you know, kind of a thing for a say we're going to build an arbor, have a temporary arbor up for a powwow, and bring in some seating and so on, and have parking, and I would anticipate it could be done within like a 15-acre piece of it. Yeah. And, you know, that's on a very simple basis. It wouldn't involve a campground or that type of thing. And if the concept were to go to that level, it would get bigger. Because once people start pulling in RVs and things like that, we'd have to limit at that point. It could get big, but it's all what's available and how we manage it.
See, and we'll probably take this question and might be able to fit in one more. We're quick here, Colin.
So if I'm hearing correctly, you're seeking a non-permanent convertible opportunity. So what other mixed activities are most compatible when your site is not being actively used from what you're hearing today or not hearing today?
Definitely, what I'm hearing from the Bird Conservancy and the Raptor Center, not knowing specifically what they are, but what would I hear are things that are very intriguing. So we would really collaborate in those other uses like that. Wouldn't necessarily be. We're really looking to support collaboration in those uses and the education that goes on with it. And infuse for the Native community to learn from that, but for that community to learn from the Native community as well of what is the stories behind these things.
We can fit one more, maybe if we take this whole as sort of a 12-minute block here. So, Per, you'll be the last one.
So, if I understand this, there really is nothing that you're going to do to the site, really. I guess I'm kind of disappointed that there wouldn't be something that somebody walking through this area would not be able to interpret, that this is where you've had events and things. And
right.
So, it kind of is disappointing that it can't be more interpretive and give people a sense of a history.
Well, light footprint interpretation, signage, or those types of things are certainly valid.
Yeah, I was hoping for a more artifact kind of thing rather than signage.
Well, okay, yeah.
Would you like to do you have a question out of that, or more of a statement? Okay, fair enough. No worries. We'll pause it there, I think, and thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. Thanks so much, Ron. You'll be in group number 3. And any questions, follow-up questions for him, put in the 3 at the top, and we'll direct those that way. Final presenter group here. While they're coming up here, I'll actually identify what the 4 groups are. We typically reshuffle this table every day and then very easily section it off, and those will be the 4 groups. So you'll be with different people every day. So today, group 1 to right here, group 2 to here, 3 to Benjamin. To the end, right? Okay, great. At the end of this, we'll identify the moderators that you'll be going up with. Is badge access necessary to get to the breakout rooms? So you'll just sort of congregate with your moderators. They'll take you up. And members of the public that want to sit in the galleries in any of those rooms, you'll just go up right after that with the small group monitors who will be your contacts. We'll work that all out in a moment. Welcome.
Thank you.
Looks like set to go. Go for it
I'm
whenever
ready
you're ready.
to go.
All right.
I'm ready to go. No one's been applauding after these amazing presentations. We need to do a quick applause for everybody that has gone. At the end of this presentation. Well, thank you for having me, and thank you all for being a part of this process. And I love our previous presentation, our presenters and your ideas. I hope during my presentation that you can kind of envision what they've mentioned and kind of insert it into my presentation. Also, don't get hooked up on the name Basecamp Park. I kind of coined that this week. I thought it was kind of catchy, but I wanted to, the purpose of it is to kind of put a name to the idea and the vision. My name is Chris McCullough. I am the president of the Fort Collins Running Club. I'm representing the runners, trail runners, cross-country runners, road runners, walkers. And so, today I'm going to present our idea, our vision. Again, Basecamp Park. It's just a name. Don't get hooked on it. A gateway to adventure, community, and wellness. Our vision statement: Gateway Basecamp Park will be a vibrant multi-purpose and outdoor facility that connects people to recreation, nature, and each other. It will reflect Fort Collins' commitment to accessible, inclusive, and innovative public spaces. So that's our vision. Our take really is a multi-purpose, multi-sport. I'm coming in obviously as a runner, but as I said, the previous presenters, I really do feel like with this large property that there's enough space to present everybody's ideas. This is really just a reiteration of our vision. I'm going to get hung up to here on the points, but again, low impact outdoor recreation space year round. So, you know, we're thinking cross country skiing, possibly even as an activity that could be done in addition to running, walking, birding, bike park, which I'm sure you'll hear a lot of in the future presentations. All of it can find a home there. Given its proximity to Maxwell and Pine Ridge, it's really serving as a gateway to those amazing spaces. And so it would be new trails attaching to existing trails. I don't know why I threw this in here. I threw this slide in here, this picture, mostly because I like it, but I was kind of thinking of a tagline of transformation. This is a picture of around 1946, I want to say, just as they were building 38E to come around the south end of the reservoir. So it'd be essentially Stout, where that sign is today, Stout. But to me, it says transformation, right? You're looking at a ghost town that was Stout that got transformed into Horsetooth Reservoir. And I think about this particular property of all the transformation it's gone through, right? It was a staging ground to build Dixon Dam, and then of course it served as Hughes Stadium for over 40 years. Features and amenities. So this is our vision, what we'd like to see on there, and I've kind of put this little picture together. Again, multi-use trails, running, biking, cross-country skiing, walking, and then of course access to all those existing trails. Our take, of course, as runners is a cross-country course. You can see I've kind of put a cross-country 10K course out there. We would love to see it act as a vehicle for youth activities. So youth cross-country, collegiate cross-country, they can have their meets out there, act as a regional cross-country facility. Gathering spaces and parklets. So I kind of envision like these little pocket parks scattered throughout the property going around there. Of course, the existing golf course would not leave, it would stay there. Introduce some playgrounds, some nature play zones, restrooms, water stations. Of course, we'll need parking. And then we would advocate for working with the Parks and Rec and natural resources to make sure that we're using native landscaping. And I would love to see educational signage out there for the nature, and as well as I think Mr. Hall said we could have all kinds of signage out there for educational purposes. It is a very large piece of land. I know you've already heard that, 165 acres. So I think a lot can be accomplished there. It doesn't have to be a single purpose. It could be multi-use. And so that is our take on it. I'm kind of running out of time, so I'll kind of reiterate what that looks like in terms of connecting to the Foothills Trail and Reservoir Loop Trail. And so it really is acting as that gateway to existing natural areas. We would definitely work with the community to get input from naturalists, local residents, collegiate athletes, the school district, educators. We could see, again, having some events out there. Like I said, some cross-country meets. Bike park would probably want to have some events out there as well, but it would be low impact. It would be, not huge, these huge events, although some cross-country meets can get kind of large, but it would be kind of neat to see those homes there. With those, oops, you would see an increase in tourism, local engagement, and with the outdoor and activities, you'd see physical and mental health outcomes, and kind of in the spirit of Fort Collins, a reputation as a healthy and active city. I spoke about it earlier, native plantings, working with those groups to do that. And that is the end of my presentation. Little tagline there, base camp, park more than a park, a launch pad for adventure. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Alex.
I had a very simple question. I think it's an issue of my eyes, but in that diagram, there's something to the right of the car parking that I couldn't quite make out in the text.
That's because I didn't use AI to build that picture, and I used my amazing skills. I think what I did is I took a 500 parking lot. I tried to do it all to scale, so I took the site. I think I used CSU's tennis parking lot, and I put that there, and then a transit center. So it's supposed to be a transit center.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what that is.
All right. Reminder to take notes and paste them on the walls. Whenever we're on a transition, we'll go to Steve.
Is your agenda compatible with the native agenda and the Raptor agenda? And is there any use that's incompatible with?
It's a good question. To be honest, we haven't met everybody that's been chosen to be a presenter. My hope with 165 acres that it would be. I think previous presenters mentioned that there would be some opportunities to have, walking paths and things like that. So I do envision that a path could be compatible with a Raptor Center, educational centers, gathering spaces, as Mr. Hall pointed out, that we could have all of that shared.
All right, seeing Peter.
So I wonder, this looks pretty ambitious, and I wonder, do you have funding sources?
Oh, no, there's no money.
Because we've heard from the city that the city doesn't have any money either.
I mean, the Fort Collins Running Club, we're a 54-year-old club. We've got about 1,100 members. We do have cash that we could, jumpstart. Probably enough cash to do design. I tried to build a track at the Blevins Middle School, tried to turn that dirt track into a rubberized track for the middle school. That cost about $1 million just to put a little track like that in. So, and they'd say about 10% of that to do design. So we have enough to probably do design for $1 million project. I'm sure doing anything to this property, be it bringing in native species plantings, will be very expensive. So to answer your question, we do not have funding. We would hope that we would help fundraise, but yeah.
So these running and walking paths or trails, what do they look like? Are they graded and finished somehow?
Somewhat similar to the picture I have up here on screen. I mean, if you look at any collegiate, today kids during the cross country season, they'll usually have their meets on golf courses. It wouldn't be anything like that. It would be very natural there. When I ran at CSU in the 1900s, it was pretty much as it is now. I mean, it's dirt, gravel, and that's completely sufficient. So it could stay as it is. But I think our previous presenters, the problem today is that it's used by walkers. People just go out there and dogs are running loose. My hope was that by giving it structure, like a path like this, it could be dirt, it could be mulch, it could be anything that's cheap. It wouldn't be concrete, to your point.
Maybe some of it would be handicap accessible.
Absolutely. I forgot to mention that. I think I had it on my slide, but our adaptive athletes, I heard a lot of feedback from them. I was a community guide and chosen to do that, and I heard a lot from our adaptive athletes. So ADA is very important to us. Absolutely.
So that's like crusher fines or something.
Exactly. I've seen too in some collegiate, like in Alabama and Florida, the purpose-built cross-country courses there where they'll have perhaps even the width of this table this way of a concrete or hard asphalt, but it would be more for like that for wheelchair accessibility or just even walking spaces. But it would be very small, and you could have like wandering paths like that. But the majority of the paths that would be connecting to Maxwell and the adjoining spaces would be kind of like what's on screen, just something that blends in with the landscape that's not overbearing and not concrete land, you know.
Colin G.
Yeah, so I don't normally like asking two-part questions, so my apologies up front. Given the portfolio of the city's trail system is quite robust, as well as the park spaces, do you deem its current portfolio insufficient? And if so, or if not, would you consider this effort a nice to have or an absolutely required?
Nice to have. We are very, very fortunate here in Fort Collins. Amazing bike paths, amazing trails. We are a very, very fortunate city. I've visited many states and have run a lot of places around the world, and we have it very, very nice here. Very nice. So this would be a nice to have for sure.
We have time for maybe one more question if there is one.
I will point out that my initial attempt, I used AI to make this picture. And its first 5 attempts, I said, give me a cross-country course in the foothills of Fort Collins. And I got a picture of probably 1 million crucifixes scattered throughout the foothills there. So I think it saw cross and trail, and I'm not quite sure. There's AI. I was like, no, that's not what I'm going for. I want a cross-country course. Anyways, AI. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. Right. Appreciate all the presenters and your respect for the timing of the whole thing. I be mean at all, and I really appreciate that. All right, now we're going to head straight up to small group rooms. Okay. Here. Pens. Ah, yes. Do bring your pens. You can leave the sticky notes or sticky notes upstairs. But do bring your pens. Do bring your binders.
Do all of our questions need to be put up on the board before the breakout groups?
Yes. If you please put it on the wall over here. Place. Got a question you want to take with the group? To organize a little bit to get with moderators. So one moderator. I'll get right to hand. That's Noah, is that right? Fantastic. One. Find your moderator here. Find them. All right, group 2 moderator. DMF. That's your group here. 3 moderator. That's Phil and Betty. Find them there with and one more time, right? Group 4 moderator. Maya, fantastic. Or you're with Maya here. All right, let's let the assembly exit first just to direct traffic a little bit. Everybody know where they're going? Questions?
can kind of find. So that can be a good thing to do to kind of come into that process that way. Wanted to see if Lauren, do you have anything you wanted to add about this, about sort of like about values? I know this is something we talked about the other day.
Yeah, I think focusing on values is one of the best tools that I've found to find common ground, because often even if we have different visions or different ideas of what a path forward looks like, there's a shared value at the core of it. We might all very much value respect and have very different ideas of what respect looks like. So I think if it in a moment where there's a challenging topic and it's hard to find some common ground, kind of boiling it down and getting to that shared value can be a great foundation to build off of.
Any questions or comments or thoughts folks want to share? Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
So the outline says tips for tough conversations. Is there content somewhere in here that backs that up, or this was the content? I mean,
this was the content. Yeah, we haven't had a chance to make we should make a handout or something about that. But thanks for asking, Peter.
All right. Well, part of the reason we started out with that is because this is one of the moments where you get to know each other a little bit better. And I don't think we foresee anything contentious coming up, but it's always possible. We would love for you to discuss with your neighbors your experience site. And more broadly than that, your experience with public places in general in Fort Collins. My voice is so distracting. It's again, the echo is intense. So what we're going to have you do is turn to the person that you first came to during the initial introductory pair share, and you two will have a conversation. What is your experience with Hughes? What is your experience with open lands? And kind of what we're starting to get at here is what about these spaces are meaningful for you? What are the shared things or the shared visions? And also kind of stepping into a more personal space. We've had a lot of external information today. And so we're shifting and moving internally and interpersonally to start process that way. So you'll go to the person next to you, the first person you spoke to this morning initially, and you'll talk for 7.5 minutes, I believe. You've got lots of time. You're going to dig into it. And then you get to turn to the person on the other side and talk for another 7.5 minutes. So this is Hughes, this is public space, this is public lands, this is everything that exists in a community that brings us together, and what it means to you. And you can go any direction you would like. Do we have any questions?
The new friend?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, yes. Yes, so we have
start
some.
here and go pairs around since we've had a couple of.
Yes, thank you. We have our new delegates. Okay, makes sense. All right, happy talking.
So it's you and I. Yeah.
Let's wrap this up. Okay. So one of the reasons we do this, like I said, is there's a lot of different types of information and a lot of different ways that people learn. And this is kind of an opportunity to learn from each other and also maybe even to learn from yourself and have done some reflection that you hadn't done before. We're going to take a little bit of time to share out whether something that you said that really stuck with you or something that one of your fellow delegates said that really resonated. We can just kind of popcorn for a few minutes. Our mics are recharging, so we have handheld mics on the table. We might need to pass them around and make sure that they're,
I'll run with them.
Oh, Lynn's gonna run.
I need exercise.
All right, yeah. So love to hear what stuck with you, and Lynn will run to you with the microphone.
Silence is my kryptonite, so I'll go first. I guess Per and I kind of talked about the differences between not necessarily an open area in a park, but like a developed park, like City Park versus a more state and trail park you might see at Maxwell or Cathy Frog and things like that, and kind of your experience interacting with those. It's an interesting point. And then Adi and I talked about access, right? So if we make this great park with or without parking, how do you make it accessible to everyone, especially those that might not be into biking and can't bike to it, can't walk to it, don't have a car, students that aren't driving or anything like that. Like, how do we integrate maybe the bus system or some other way to access it? Some of the things we talked about.
So that's interesting. I came to CSU in 1997, and I went to football games at Hughes Stadium and played that disc golf course. And I feel like I have a strong emotional connection to that site. But the two people on both sides, so Liz and Benjamin, either one of them have that same connection. So just realizing the way that we approach this whole conversation is going to be different. It's not going to be something that's definitely going to be more in line, I guess, with my emotional connection, I'm realizing. Whereas both of them are able to approach it a little bit more logically. So that just really struck me. Didn't realize how connected I feel to this site until this conversation. Honestly.
I was talking with her, who knew it when the stadium was there. That really is a trip, hearing the voice. And her lamented that the university maybe could have done a better job cleaning that place up when they left. As I said earlier, I went up there this week. I mean, you can see it. It's remnants of roads and asphalt and all that type of stuff. So I found myself a little surprised by the nature space crew, because it doesn't look like a nature space to me. So processing that.
We'll take Peter, and then we'll take probably one more after you.
Okay. Kevin and I talked about kind of related to that. Roughly, how long would it take to get like native grasses to take hold, and the sooner the better, given the kind of spread of invasives. But then facing the reality that, as far as I can tell, almost none of the presenters so far really have funding, or the city has funding to do that. So maybe that's just one of our tough trade-offs, is trying to figure out, well, here's good things we should do, but a lot of this takes money, and that money. So.
One thing I keep thinking about is I was born and raised here. Now I'm raising my children. And thinking about the responsibility to having spaces that were a defining part of my childhood growing up, and how do we protect spaces like that for future generations.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. So it was great to watch, and I saw lots of engaging conversations and high energy, and it's fascinating to hear the different types of reflections that come out of such brief moments like that. So thank you for sharing. We are going to do another little switcheroo into a different type of learning. We're going back for information, this time written information. So the first thing that I'm going to do is kind of walk through the resources that are in your delegate binders. And you'll also notice that over where Lynn is, we've got a table with some extra binders, a few booklets, and then 2 laptops, and I'll touch on those afterwards. But to start, in your delegate binders, you have the report from CPD about their community guide work. It's about 20 pages. You have a summary of the city survey that was mentioned earlier and all of the responses. That one was put together with help from Ramin and Tim Public Trust and AI and Democracy Foundation. Lots and lots of help. That's about a 40 summary. There's a lot of information in there. And then you have also all of the information that the city touched on earlier, their presentation, the feasibility study, and a few other things I can't think of off the top of my head, but Jenny touched on all of them in her presentation. So those are the ones that you have in your binders that are right in front of you. And when working with the information committee and throughout the community guide conversations, there were a number of documents and a number of resources that were recommended. So again, in your delegate binder, you have a list of all of those additional documents. And the ones from the information committee have a little blurb from who suggested it, about why they suggested it, and why they believe it's important. And there's also a column on the right that will tell you where you can find it, because some of them were quite long, and so they're available online. We did not print those out, but the rest of them are available in these resource binders. And we don't have one for everybody. We've got 5 copies of these, so you'll have to share, but there are also the 2 laptops over there with the list of documents pulled up, and the documents are linked in that sheet, so you can find them on there. And because of the way this was printed, there's no page numbers, there's no table of contents, but it is in the order of the document with the suggested reading. And each document is broken up by the sticky note. So if you want to look at, whatever the third one is, count 3 sticky notes, and then you can flip to that article. This is Parks and Recreation Master Plan from 2021. This was recommended by an information committee member. This is another one that we did not want to print, so the city was lovely and provided them, and they're over there for your reference as well. So there's a lot of information when it comes to the Hughes site, and we're going to give you about 15 minutes right now to read. And you can read stuff from the resource binders, either directly in the binder or on the website, or you can read the summaries that are in your notebooks or your binders. And I would again ask you to take note of these 5 key pieces of information that we've been tracking throughout the process: key info, values, questions, ideas, and information requests. I think, Lynn, am I forgetting anything? I think that's everything. Okay, so we're going to take 15 minutes for you all to read. You don't have to stay in your chairs. You can get up, you can move, you can go outside, you can walk around and read. But we will meet back here at 3:41.
Oh, still waiting on, just one person or so. Okay, let's get started. Oh, no, maybe we're all here. That's awesome. So, we're almost there to the end of the day. I wonder if everyone could just get up with me and just do a quick stretch really fast. I know I could use it. We've all been sitting down a little bit. Just a stretch. Give it a sec. We're not doing a ton of moving around yet, but that will happen tomorrow. There'll be a bunch of moving around, or a little bit more moving around at least. Okay, so one more thing really today, which is going to be back to small groups again, and sort of an opportunity to take, once again, the massive amount of information that you've consumed so far today, and make more out of it. Make more sticky notes, write more idea sheets, and more details on these idea sheets if you've already started one or two. Yeah, that's basically what we're going to do for about half an hour here next, and then come back, close a few housekeeping things, and then head home. It's pretty simple and straightforward. Yeah, let's see. I don't think we've put any idea sheets on the walls yet. Has anyone started to create an idea sheet yet, or not really? A bunch of post-it notes. Okay, great. Well, this is a perfect time you may have come across sort of proposals for the site in among readings so far, or things that presenters have said that you want to note down. Or things that you're, kind of coming in with, or coming out of those personal experience conversations with, that are kind of ringing a bell. It can be just a really loose idea at this point. It doesn't have to be specific. That's going to be the focus of this next section, to kind of at the end of the day here, just try to put the information you've gathered during the day into some paper forms, post-it notes, or these sheets, so that we don't all forget by tomorrow, really, and have a place to sort of put what's in the head. So that's what it is here. Simple as that. We'll take till 4:20, if we can be back in this room right about 4:20, moderators, or just a minute or two after. Okay, fabulous. Any questions actually before, any things that are coming up? I'll ask that again at the end of the day. Sky, yeah, go for it. Can you grab the mic there? It'll require probably turning it on. Does it have a little? Yeah. Maybe not. Here, hold on. Oh. Okay, cool.
Is it the same groups as earlier today, or are we doing different groups?
Good question. Yes, same groups. Same groups. We'll switch it all up tomorrow. Any other thoughts or questions? Okay, cool. Enjoy your groups. William, I'm just going to share my screen.
My brain is like going off.
Oh,
Thank you. I
See?
appreciate
No.
Yeah, I don't know what to call it either. I like it.
Yes, I'm.
Guys, organized. Very. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Had some late nights. We're dragging all day. I know appreciate it. No, you guys are just the I actually went to the store before I came out here because I was got super sour candy. I read somewhere that I started to get drowsy. Eat one of those. I thought I didn't bored or drowsy or anything. This whole thing. I'm so looking forward to tomorrow. I'm so happy to hear about that. So we can ask one people. Cheers. Let's see if we can land the plane here.
All right. If I can bring everybody back together for just a few short more minutes, and Ansel and Grace can be ready to chat here in just a sec to finish up the day. First, I just wanted to put on screen kind of vaguely what the agenda will look like tomorrow. Colin just mentioned you're excited for tomorrow. That's amazing. So here's what it looks like. We'll do some reflections in the morning, sort of thoughts you've had overnight, and a little bit more just in pairs, just another time to kind of, get the brain going. We'll have some more reading time, and then more of this kind of synthesis, what we just did, sort of time to process what you're finding. And then another one of those presentation groups and some debrief. And because we won't have everybody with presenters, we're actually able to break up tomorrow a little bit and work on some of these other aspects of the process. So do sort of multiple things at the same time. So some people will work on sort of some stuff related to values and integrating that into it here a little bit more. So if you do have values, be sure to put those up on the wall tonight or tomorrow morning, and maybe take a quick look at that in particular as you leave. We'll have lunch. We'll have another presentation group. Again, there'll be some other groups that will be doing more working on ideas, pulling ideas down from the wall that you may have kind of suggested today and further work on them. And also look into the information requests at that point. Think about what the gaps are in the information that you've received up to that point and what you want from the next weekend. And then you'll be prioritizing as a full assembly the information requests so that we know sort of what to go try to find for you, what's most important. And then prioritizing these ideas will sort of be one of the final things. And that, again, will help to direct city staff and others to what to sort of help you out as far as sort of technical advice or feasibility kind of things to bring to the table again 3 weeks later when you start to dig in more depth, about what kind of things are feasible in what kind of ways and with what kinds of other things. Okay, I think that's next weekend, or sorry, tomorrow. Getting way ahead of myself. Holy smokes. Yeah, congrats. We made it through first day. Exciting. I hope it was enjoyable. Please tell us whether it was or wasn't, or what kinds of things, big or small, we could improve for tomorrow on the end of day survey that you'll hopefully be taking in just a few minutes, or just grab any of us. We are, eager to learn what we can do to make this better for you. And I believe you've just received something, and there's something else here to pass out as well. Maybe a small group mod can pass these out. Is that right? This is just some additional info to put in your binders about visitors, about some tips for talking to the media if you do choose to talk to the media, and a little bit about talking to family, friends, presenters, others in the community. Let's see. There we go. Cool. And okay, fantastic. What's this note say? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, somebody mentioned that to me earlier as well. Yeah, it's a concern about not getting to hear from everybody in depth in the small groups, only getting to hear a bit of information here all together, and then groups sort of splitting off and hearing from different folks. We did that to try to maximize the number of people for the most amount of minutes that someone on the assembly was getting to ask detailed questions of. So sort of a balance between, well, was everybody talking to everyone, or were fewer people talking more in depth to more folks? So that was kind of the trade-off there. I don't know if it was a good trade-off. Let us know whether you think it was or not. We might also note that what we're hoping is that through these various different items and through your further discussions with each other in the mornings and in other small groups tomorrow that are going to be all mixed up, that you'll be sharing things from those conversations and from your notes today. Your role is as ambassadors for the conversations that you had that other people weren't in. So please bring those to the next discussion you're in. That's sort of the idea, is to kind of allow more scale, I guess, more stuff to get into the assembly by kind of dividing the work around. But yeah, let us know what you think about that. Yeah, okay. Any other questions or thoughts? Yeah, Olive. And can you grab the mic there if you would?
I don't think it doesn't work.
Oh, shoot.
Other way? No, I don't think so.
It's just a switch on that one.
Are we leaving our binders and name tags here? Or what are we doing with those?
Great question. You're welcome to leave them here. You're also welcome to take them home. Also, that reminds me, thank you. Somebody asked about the document archive, the resource binders over there. So we will be emailing you the digital version of this with all the links so you can access all of those things digitally. If you don't have access to a computer, or that would be very hard for you, please talk to us, and we will make you swear and promise up and down to bring it back, and then we will give you one of those paper binders. But please, if you're able to access it digitally, that would be preferable, just because it's a lot of money to print a whole lot of things, as you can imagine. Okay, anything else? Yeah, Liz.
This is already in the binder.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, funny thing.
So I don't know if this was meant to go to other people.
Oh, okay. Well, no, we must have just missed it. Maybe we just didn't have it in staff binders. Sorry about that. Okay. Apologies. I'm seeing the time here. We don't want to keep you. Ansel, really fast, and Grace, quick things.
Yeah.
Grab a microphone. We need a microphone.
Oh, there's one back there.
Holding it, I guess. Yeah, I'm just looking for some volunteers. I would love to have a couple of you, if you'd be willing, just to take a couple minutes to come upstairs and just tell me a little bit about how you're feeling on this first day. I would love to kind of get that on capture just kind of snapshot of the assembly. So yeah, just come find me. I'll be right outside the door as you walk out. Thanks.
I forgot to mention that I have childcare and transportation reimbursement forms available for anybody who is going to want to request those. So, seeing if you would like a reimbursement form.
Okay, cool. And I think we have one last. Peter, go for it.
Quick question. I don't think it's fine. Oh, okay. So my question is, if I thought you were going to.
It's the microphone because we're live streaming.
Oh, sure. I thought you were going to shuffle us tomorrow.
Yeah.
In which case, it would probably be good to leave our name tags.
Oh, yes. Well, just at least leave your table tents. We can do it with that and kind of corral your.
I think of that as my name.
Yeah. This, yeah. Well, we'll do it sort of based on this, and if you can kind of corral your other objects near this, then if you're leaving them, then we will randomize that way. And I think with that, we just have one last thing from Katie.
All right. Hi, folks. I am the last thing that you have to do today. So as I mentioned earlier, we're evaluating this process. We're conducting research in this process. Today, you are going to be an evaluation survey. It's just one page front and back. Please know that you do not have to have your name on here. There's an option if you want them to get in touch with you to put your name, but you will not be identified in any of the feedback that you provide. Healthy Democracy is not actually going to physically have the surveys. That will be held by my team. And then we look through the surveys and then give your feedback to the Healthy Democracy team. So feel free to be candid. We really want your honest impressions of what's working, what's not working, how you felt during this process. And we take your privacy really seriously. If you've got any questions about the research or about the surveys, I'm happy to answer that now. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and pass those out. Oh, questions.
There are numbers on the back.
Can I? I was going to say that I've got a mic. There, you have a ID number on the back of your name badge here. That's the number you put up in the corner of the survey. So there'll be a little blank to write your ID number. So it's not connected to your name. It's connected.
And alternates will need to have those numbers assigned yet. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pass these out. I'm passing these down. Each take one, fill them out. I'll pick them up afterwards. Let us know. And also feel free to provide feedback on my presentation as well. I will take it personally. Thanks, Al. Is that a wrap?
That's a wrap. You're going to end the live stream. And we're ready. You can Lauren might have one more thing.
Just a question. If they don't have time to fill the survey out right now, can they bring it back tomorrow, or is it just a right now thing?
I am.
Just question is, if you don't have time to fill the survey out now, can you bring it back tomorrow?
I am comfortable with that. The only caveat is that we'll have a meeting right after this where I tell HD staff what y'all said in the surveys. Again, anonymously, just kind of here's the feedback, here's the things that y'all want to change for tomorrow. So we wouldn't be able to incorporate that until we got your survey.
Thank you, everyone.
Some ego bacon.